Feast your eyes on the amazingly crisp and thin Chips Ahoy Thins. Then feast your mouth on their rich chocolate chipness. It's no trick.
Welcome back.
So welcome everybody. Welcome to another one of my episodes of Shadow Streets, the first season. Just put that down a little bit there. We will have, it seems only one person was able to make it for this session. They may be dropping in later. I will keep my eye open on Discord as well, or Insane Monkey, if you got an extra eye to throw a window open. I've got a billion windows, depends. Just see if anyone does make a message. Oh, I have one. Oh, no, that was your message about the voice chat. Yep. So, there we go. Alright. I feel that's just us right now. Yeah. It is just us, so... So, as a recap, Insane Little Monkey's character is a writer that had experienced something of the unnatural and had gotten in contact with the Shadow Streets organization, and now does a mixture of problem solving for the company as well as getting creative ideas for her books.
Yep.
There was something called The Incident, which was a fundraising incident where everyone that attended had suffered amnesia and non-serious blunt trauma, or like, smacking against walls or falling to the floor type of bruising. A few people have disappeared, have not been seen since, including the founder of, one of the founding members of the organization.
Let's put a smile on that face.
Lady Time Lord, thank you very much for the host. So yeah, the event, the fundraiser, basically had blown out some windows. Everyone that attended the event had amnesia or memory loss, concussive, and some people did go missing. Shadow Streets as an organization was no longer publicly seen as something good, as they thought it was some sort of a Homeland Security said it was a terrorist attack, of course. The mayor of the city that had a contract with Shadow Streets to help work with the police of the city to deal with supernatural threats had to basically suspend the contract due to, due to the events that had happened, and the owner of the organization is nowhere to be found. He was one of the few people that went missing on that day. The last couple of episodes, which have been uploaded to YouTube and are on my YouTube site, had a couple of investigators called out of the... It's been over 6 months since the incident, to investigate more about where he may have disappeared to, where he might have gone. And at least if it's bothering me, I will fix it there. That ended kind of horrifically from a public point of view, as combat did ensue, and to make sure the area was sterilized, in a way speaking, one of the characters decided to lob an incendiary grenade into the building, which did succeed in burning down that building, as well as the neighboring buildings, as it accidentally spread and gutted several houses in the rich section of town, old Victorian brownstone buildings and that. Luckily, people were evacuated and no one was really hurt. Maybe Foo-Foo the cat may have been caught in the blast and will be on their conscience forever for the death of that cute little kitten, Foo-Foo, you know, secret lover of Angry Cat. But other than that, no one knows exactly what has happened. Some people want to speculate that maybe Shadow Street's been doing something, but hey, they've been doing nothing for 6 months, so they're not really in the media that much. And an investigation took you to the second episode, upon which they found a house out in the woods, thanks to the ghost of a child that had died on the site most horrifically, suffocating and drowning inside of a septic tank. That basically this one phase demon that had been brought usually snatches its prey and then snags them somewhere that only he can get to, so they can't escape. Inside a hollowed tree, the septic tank, there was no way in or out of that thing. So, and there was some room for breathing when he left her there, but it just filled up, and after a while she just drowned horribly. But they found a link to where that place was and found the cabin. Yet there's something in the basement. Also, the feng shui of the house was really off, as you'd have old man's hunting lodge suddenly mixed with 60s love shack memorabilia, and then a 70s quote high-tech looking living room, 70s high-tech. The only thing that was missing were the egg chairs. That all has to be said for that environment. Very eclectic and weird, but that also seemed to be the taste of magic as well, as Insane Little Monkey's character discovered by finding several source material from several different cultures. So either it's one very eclectic man or a group of people from different backgrounds. Also, the name Insane Little Monkey is effectively a code name. Most of the people that work at Shadow Streets run by a code name, and when this first started out as a chat-based roleplay with my viewers, it was just how they referred to them. So, yes, she has her own name. J.K. Trolling. That's it. I had to think. I couldn't remember the initials at first, and I realized, oh yes, it's J.K. J.K. Trolling is her character's real name. That she goes by Insane Little Monkey as the code name, though it's one of those ones that people know who she is if they know, if they know who she is, So the gun bunny, Vit Rabbit, and the charisma distractor and face person are both busy. Vit Rabbit is probably restocking or trying to help organize the hunters that are going to come with him to help take down the threat that was found. They never got to explore the basement of that hunting cabin, as there was rumor that a hellhound inhabited the basement, and they wanted to make sure they're prepared to raid and find out what was in the basement. So for now, we are saying Vit Rabbit is organizing some of those hunters with his military background. And as for Miss Charisma, she is married and is now trying to balance her marriage and her business job at the same time. So she's busy right now as well. Which leaves Insane Little Monkey waking up face down on a book in the study at about 4 a.m. in the morning, realizing you still have the key to the study. Betty oh no, you said you were going home afterwards? She left you the key.
Didn't we end like around midday or maybe a little bit in the afternoon?
It ended close to the evening, and that's why Betty asked if you wanted her to leave the key and you lock up behind her.
Oh, I thought, was that before or after I figured out his spell book?
That would have been during, in a way of speaking. You probably would have gone into the night, whether at this study or at your home, delving into the book and suddenly understanding. It was like his was like the Rosetta Stone, if that makes any sense for your magic. Like when you read in there, certain things that had been missing from that one book you were studying from were in that book, and that helped open up your mind to understanding how the spellcraft is. And even though he has actually mentioned in some of the journal entries, like this book's been odd and on, that he has mentioned apprentices in passing, and how it took so long for a person to just understand the basics of magic. The fact that you picked up on it very fast is something to be noted about your character. You've always had that
intelligence.
More than just that, you've got this little inkling or connection to it. It seems to make sense. If that's, when you're reading it, just, well, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I guess if I was doing that at home, I probably would have started. I would have probably left when she asked, but
okay.
I would ask her. I still have that information about their car and the license plate and whatnot.
Yep.
I would ask her maybe if she could tomorrow ask if she has some DMV person or whatnot who could research who the car belongs to and their background and all that.
Alright, no problem. And oops, sorry, Lady Time Lord. I'm doing pretty good today. The weather is actually nice, despite the fact that Newfoundland is getting a shitload of snow right now, just north of me.
Snowmageddon.
Snowmageddon. It's just East Coast. We actually had a mild one on the island. There's footage of basically snow going 45 degrees, going vertically, horizontal. Sorry, the snow goes vertically normally, but just flying horizontal with the winds and drift snow up 15 to 20 feet in spots. Like, whoa. I'm not sure what that is in your. Oh yeah, I actually am doing the Imperial. Never mind. I think Imperial for nearly everything, even though I'm in a metric system, except for temperature. Because as a kid growing up, D&D was my measurement system. I know that's geeky and to be said. And temperature was always on the TV in Celsius, so I got this weird mixed breed of information. I even think in miles per hour for speed for vehicles. It's always going 50 miles per hour. Oh, I can picture how fast that is. That's actually 198 kilometers an hour or something, right?
I don't know. I still have some issues with the metric system, like centigrade. I don't have any feel for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, it's easy. 0 is meaning it's really cold, or 100 means it's boiling, and there we go. Everything's in between.
Yeah, and for me, 32 is freezing, and about 40 to 42 degrees is like 110 degrees for us.
Oh yeah. That's true. Yeah, you go into the hundreds early. It's like what? Oh yeah. At least we're not measuring in Kelvin. Normal spring weather where I live? Oh, that's cool. The only concern is for us on the island is when we start planting. Yes, it's a very farming community and all that stuff, and they know to heart it, but all they've done is tilled the fields around here. They haven't even started because they always know that there's usually sometimes freezes that could mostly affecting smaller plant life like flowers and stuff like that at this time of year for planting purposes. But yeah. And oh man, dude, when you see a giant wagon-like device, it's got a flail-like flipper on the back of the wagon, and it's full of horse shit, that's the worst time when they're just doing the fields. Oh. you get used to. Okay, all the windows closed. Yeah, he's got one of the. I can't remember the term for that vehicle, but as it drives, the little flail spins and it just grabs the stuff in the back and just spreads it all over the place. It's like, great spring fresh air. Though there's a lot of wood smoke fires in the area as well, which I love. So, sliding back to your conversation, she will look into it. She does have a friend in the DMV. which is still a good friend. She helps her with her taxes, Betty will say.
All right.
Yep. And she
Then I guess I would be headed home.
Yep. So for that evening, we will say that you are surprised that you're able to call forth. Any spell that you experimented with at first does not count towards your allotments that you're going to study for today, and this will be your first time studying for an allotment, and you hope this works. More of a role-play thing, because technically it will work. There is a slant. You know what I mean? It's more of a role-play thing, but when it was first happening, you may have had, there might be some scorch marks in your house now, where the fire alarm did go off for at least one of your spells.
I'm so amazed that prayer slip worked. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly.
I still have the floor tile anyway, but...
And you know what the worst part is? You can't decipher how you got it to work. That's the worst part. Now that you understand magic, you don't understand how you channeled that. But behind the scenes, you've actually got something ability about you. I know certain things about your character that you don't, which I'm going to keep that way. But there is a certain ability that I can secretly roll on at times because of what I've got planned for part of your background. So I never build something too exclusive that can ruin a character's concept. I look at stuff to be more symbiotic, or what the character's building, kind of a little bit of a bonus.
I'm still from this dimension, right?
Yeah, as far as you know. Yeah. Yeah. So yes, with maybe some damage done. What do you think you might need on a day like today?
Well, let me go back over here to show what I... So I prepared the cantrips Dancing Lights, Detect Magical Aura, and Haywire. For first level, I prepared Burning Hands and Comprehend Languages.
Comprehend Languages? Yep, because you still speak quite a lot, but that can help you more.
Yeah, well, most of his book is in languages I don't know, so...
Yep. That will work good for that. Working on drawing for my own D&D character. Oh, cool. I like your drawings. I like the look of your drawings, Lady Time Lord. You posted a few in the past, and I try and grab what I can for your streams sometimes, but times don't match up for me that well, unfortunately. She's a homebrew character. Yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Also, Lady Time Lord, depending on what you have for times, if you are interested in making a character for the Shadow Streets, we do broadcast 1 till 5 for 4 hours every Saturday, and it's an in and out kind of feel as I try and keep it episodial. 4 moments like this, and like I said, the other characters have got legit reasons for why they're away for episode 3. But if you are interested, send me a DM, and if you don't have my Discord, I think you do, but !Discord will pop that right up for you for the information, and you can always throw me a DM. The software that we use is free. I have the ultimate version of it. You have your D&D sessions on Saturdays? Yeah, I would, but normally I have my D&D sessions. Okay, no problem. And that's the other thing. After Shadow Streets, I also want to do a simple D&D, not complex. That was my problem too, because I have to realize with streaming and all that, you want to have a little bit of ease of drop in and drop out for your game to allow continuity for a campaign, which, if you base everything on the 2 or 3 characters and then they don't show up, it's like, okay, what do you do now this episode? So, type of things I'm working on, because I really love storytelling. And that being said, let me get back to the storytelling. You do get a phone call from Betty, somewhat early, about 10 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
For Betty, maybe.
I probably would have been heading out to probably talk to a bank about getting a drop box.
Okay.
Or a deposit box, whatever it's called.
Yep.
And probably also try to get a hold of my publisher for a book's idea, see if they like it or not.
No problem. Alright, so we'll say that you probably finished the banking stuff, and it's like just after 10 now, heading to 11, probably 11 o'clock or so, you had to meet for your publisher just around lunchtime and have like a lunch chat, which he can write off or she can write off for your
and
publisher.
that other spell book is in that drop deposit box now.
I figured that. Yep, no problem. You've got the key, so you might want to put down safety deposit box key or something on your character sheet just as a memory jogger under notes maybe. That's now where you've got the book. Now, this book isn't made of human skin with horrific faces on it, so if you get that reference, but Army of Darkness, no.
Yeah. Well, actually, human skin books are in a few different legends. They also used to make them.
Well, yeah,
like in real life.
And leather. It's just leatherworking, in a way of speaking. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When you're getting close to that meeting when Betty sends you the call. It doesn't seem urgent, but she wants you to get back to her when you can.
Okay.
Yeah. And meeting with your agent. What are you putting over as an idea, or just kind of just doing it as more of a role play thing, or?
Well, I can also roll like profession if you'd want, but
yeah. Yeah, actually, if you do give that a roll, then that can help shape your... Basically, the way I would do any type of skill is you can just roll for the skill, and that gives you a basis. But I can modify the target number by what you say. Like, if you just do your roll, it's the default target number. But if you give me an idea of what you're doing with that skill, then I could lower or sometimes increase the target number, depending.
Yeah, so the story is going to be over a girl named Jessica, surprise, surprise, who is, I guess, trying to soothe ghosts, and there might be certain supernatural beings involved that most of the people around Shadow Streets will find familiar.
Alrighty.
Right with what you know, so.
At that point, roll me another profession roll to follow up that 11.
Okay.
Alright, yeah. That was basically how well your last book did, was an 18, which is really good, because you needed a 12, but your last book was pretty good, so it easily gives you an extra die 6 on that roll, and the minimum for a die 6 roll will be 12. So
I can also write a crafting writing roll to see if it really was really good too.
Actually, is it 5 ranks for your crate? Is it 5 ranks?
I'm currently at 7 ranks.
That would have been that word I keep forgetting.
Synergy?
Synergy, that's it. You would have gotten a +2. Yeah, with a skill that's over 5 ranks, you would have gotten a +2 synergy, so that would have given you your target number. So yeah. So basically, a mixture of your last book and all that. You don't need to do the roll. You're all. Yeah, because
just for fun.
Yeah. You see that? So the books, the potential for the book is quite good there. So yeah, everything goes okay with that contract. Your manager will be in touch, and she gives you a deadline for. She needs at least a draft outline by a certain time, and then she's looking at so many paragraphs, or at least so many chapters, I should say. By the usual starts laying out what she wouldn't mind seeing from you. After she sees the skeleton or the rough layout for the progress of the story, she would then. Most publishers I know are females now, so suddenly she's becoming a she. But she'll get back to you on what she wants for release timing on the chapters once we've worked on that. Since you've had success nicely in the past, she also negotiates her price and all that like usual. Well, lets you know your price, and you can negotiate if you wanted to, but it seems to be fair. Most of this I'm pulling out of my ass because I couldn't tell you what the current rate of percentages based or
at this point they're probably saying, well, I'm not sure about the story, but I know how you write, so give me a rough draft and we'll go from there.
And we're still looking for the next big sparkly vampire, all right?
Oh god, no.
Maybe you could be it.
I'll give you sparkly hellhound. How's that?
Yeah, it's more of a metaphor for what they They want to find the next little, oh, that's the other thing, the audience you'd be writing for. Their favorite audience is the disposable income age bracket.
So young adult.
Young adult area is what they're hoping for. Late teens, young adult. But yeah. That being said, that leaves you the afternoon free to work on.
To whatever Betty is wanting, so I guess I'll call her back. Or did she actually get a hold of me and want me to just come over?
Alright, give me 1 second. I'm just quickly reading Lady Time Lords in chat there. Dice, elvish numbers on it. That is actually geeky awesome. I'm sorry, you get geek points for that. Lady Time Lord, I don't know if you're aware, I have a geek bot now. And to own elven numbered dice is geeky. That is good geeky. There you go. I think that's it. Can you speak a little Sindarin too? Oh my gosh. We gotta hold back on that, but yes. Got me on as I would think to Shadow Streets, but I would have to leave my D&D session at 4. I see. But yeah. No, that's okay. You get the extra geek point anyways. There we go. It's all good. Hold on to it. There we go. You can do !geeks to see your path of growth as a geeky person. But learning Sindarin, because it is fully written up. Tolkien did have that written. Well, Tolkien was a linguistics major, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a language nerd as well.
He was a language nerd, and that's how the Lord of the Rings did. There's a lot of folklore that was the spoken language. He did a whole thing about some of the spoken languages, how they weren't written down. Some cultures didn't have a proper writing language. It was all word of mouth. And he was also fascinated in Beowulf and stuff like that, the Old English language as well. But
yeah, he basically created Lord of the Rings and that entire world to fit his languages and those folklore stories in it.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Yeah, and it's funny though. That book, before that book, orcs, elves, etc. And they've evolved. Like that was the central point, and that bothers me a little bit as a bit of for writing. Is like every time you want to try and write something new in the world of fantasy, it feels like he set the guidelines, and it's very hard to break off of those. Or people might get too weird about that, But, you know what I mean?
I would just go back to the original myth and say, hey, I'm going on this.
Well, the other thing is you have this one type of race, it's like this, and you suddenly get the comparison, oh, so it's like a bit of an orc-like race. Yes, maybe it's a little, do you know what I mean? Like, that's the only thing, it's like, but this is publisher talk stuff, but here we go.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We now get back to that. So yeah, she gets back the vehicle license plate. This was the license plate that you got of the car that was taking off. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, this was the car from the incident, the first episode's incident, correct?
No, this was the license plate from. I saw the car in their garage, and I took it down along with the make and model.
Yep, you do find it's from a lease, basically a rental, long-term. Well, that's what I'm saying. Leased. It's a leased vehicle, 6 months, and it's leased by the company. So that means that person doesn't even own that vehicle.
Okay.
But that has all the makings that it should be, somebody's personal. That
pretty bad car for a rental, Jesus. It's like a Jetta, old Jetta.
Yep, exactly, old Jetta. That basically it just seems to be written off as some sort of a leased vehicle or something for the company. The Sun and Moon.
Yeah, so really no looking up the people that are working for them at this location.
Nope, the DMV confirms that vehicle, and you are... they got a name that it's registered to, and the information on that person is a Dmitry Yosevich is the name it's registered to.
Okay.
All right.
And that wasn't That wasn't the
And-
Bratislav guy, so...
No. Mr. Bratislav is the one person. But Dimitri is on the payroll. Other D&D characters, a half-elf. Character can be used. I didn't even know. Sorry, I just glanced there, lady. Time Lord. Yeah, Dimitri is on the payroll for the company. He basically, they've got a tiered system. He is part of the first tier. Second tier employees, basically certification and credentials. Third tier employees is the bottom one, and they are used for general security without any prereqs. Second tier have paramedic training and some military training, and are usually used for higher paying clients. And first tier are exclusive to higher paid clients. He's a first tier person. Watch an anime with a beef. You got it.
Okay.
Take care, Lady Time Lord. Thank you for lurking and listening. Alrighty.
And so
he's...
Since they were speaking in Russian, would he have a record in like the immigration office since he's working with it in the U.S.?
The boss who's gone missing had great connections in that field. Betty's got a few that she's been trying to follow up, but one of the computer geeks that she has on her roll says that there is sign that some of his credentials don't seem to match up in some of the databases, which leads him to assume that Dimitri could be a false identity. Doesn't have, and he also says the areas that have been stated, though, Georgia, and not Georgia, USA, but Georgia, one of the states of the conflict that's going on
and when did we
in
start
Russia.
questioning something we used to
That
trust?
could explain
It
the
shredded
problems
we've been asking
with
ourselves the same
tracing down his
questions.
name and all that.
So we're going to
The
take you on
conflict
a
zone
journey
could
with
have
us,
caused
from
that,
seed
or
to
the
soil, to plant,
the
to
conflict
harvest,
zone
to
could
oven,
also
to
make
bowl.
it easier to forge a
To
document
show
by
you
using
that
that as an
honesty,
excuse.
simplicity, and trust can still be had.
But
You'll find them all in every bowl of 100%
old Russia,
Canadian
Eastern,
whole grain shredded
the
wheat.
western front of it,
Yeah, East Bloc.
East
Okay.
Bloc area.
So
And-
still kind of headed towards Croatia area.
Yep.
Alright. Alright, so what does she have waiting for me?
Well, as we're still focused on this, we got Vit Rabbit going out to see what he can do to collect some hunters. We have had a disturbance. Since we're kind of short-staffed right now, it's a simple disturbance of a woman having a hard time sleeping the last few nights in her home, and she says the place is haunted. So I wouldn't mind getting eyes in on her place to check it out. You have, I think you are familiar with object-based incidents. She starts flipping through her notes and all that. As we don't know if it's the house itself or if it's a spirit that is causing it to be unrested. We do have some paranormal equipment available for checking for temperatures, checking for basically electric, the meters. We got a few of those that are available if you want to go check out the house. It seems to happen at night, which, some paranormal investigations, happen at the nocturnal hours. There is also, she starts flipping through, because there had been she had also mentioned that there were some odd people not matching our description for reed mummies. Apparently those things that you were attacking, that was kind of Egyptian reed that was used for the formation underneath all that stuff, and there is some sort of a writing as some sort of a reed mummy. If you're familiar with the death of the higher ups in the Egyptian culture, they'd always have servants that would come with them, and some were formed as reed Like basically they would use some of the Nile reed to form dolls that ranged from just a few inches to life size, and sometimes they would put a ceremony, like just a clay mask over the face to represent people to help escort the dead in the afterlife. That is kind of the premise of what you might have investigated with the people with the glasses on that were taken down. They seem to be some sort of animated form of maybe a reed mummy from the Nile, which that is an ongoing investigation as well. So mention of strange people, if you can find out more information, we don't know if it is more of these people, and I'm not too sure if all these, quote, men in black are this, because we actually have contacts with the, quote, men in black, and they aren't, the mummies might be living off that legend, but we have seen...
everything looks a little more official when it's wearing a suit, so... Exactly.
And then the other one is, which was before you joining us, there had been some cult activity, unknown cult, European-based, again, though more Germanic was the one person that we got. She's paused for a second. We are considering links to the once defunct Thule Society, and she wants to know if you are familiar with that organization.
Thule, as in like
THU.
There is no Dana. There is only Thule. Or?
Oh, that was Zool, though. That was Zool with that beautiful.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's a geek point. I'm sorry. That is a beautiful geek point there. The Thule Society was a small society that studied the supernatural in Germany, that also got funding and power when Hitler came to youth, as the Thule Society tried to research the supernatural for use as weapons of war during the time of conflict. The organization did fall apart shortly after World War II with the whole fall of the Reich. The Thule Society did exist earlier to the Nazi occupation, but more of a secretive men's club, really, to talk about odd things.
And didn't this... I forgot the name that they were Thule, but didn't they also have a kind of an obsession with the black sun symbol?
Yes, they did at times. Or sun, and also eclipses, and that as well. Like, basically the darkening of the sun was one of the themes for them as well. Then total darkness in that as well. Yes. They also had a lot of old country superstitions that were part of the organization as well. But it was long defunct, yet we have reason to believe that one of the cultists was maybe a resurging branch of the Thule. Also, it is noticed that some of the extremist points of views that came with the fascist regime upon which the Thule got its power does seem to be inbred in, well, not inbred, maybe inbred.
Embraced?
But, basically, they still hold the idea of a superior race, and how perfection of the superior race could be, you know, a champion of good and light against the darkness. But anyone that's not the superior race is the lesser race, so a lot of that that's kind of come across more when she's picked up. Meaning, some of the cultists are just purebred.
Which is another way of saying inbred.
Yes, it could be another way. Exactly. Gotta keep the seed fresh, Uncle Bobby. Uncle, father, daddy, brother, Bob. Alright. So, but yeah. So, we have gotten some of these cultists. They have been extremist to the point of cyanide capsules. That's more of the old handover from the Cold War. But we have not maintained a living person for investigation. And they will actually, we caught this person in robes. He was in the sewers doing some sort of a ceremony when he was apprehended. We are thinking that the increase in supernatural activity is based on this cult showing up more, because over the last 5 years, it has been steadily increasing. And some of these creatures are summoned here. There was this one speculation that these creatures were summoned here when some person in a chat channel somewhere typed !! investigate, but that is just totally ludicrous. Sorry, she doesn't actually say that part, but no, these cultists have been seen. So when she mentioned the comment about that, now I hate to say this, the cultists probably don't run around looking like cultists unless they're performing a ceremony. But though, when she's saying unknown peoples, those are the two factions that we are currently aware of. And if they're interrelated or not, we do not know.
So the one we're hunting now and the Thule are the two that we know right now.
Correct. The cultists are the Thule, and then the guys in glasses we only kind of know. There was a reference of them showing up to a hospital incident with Sheila Bobby and Deadeyes at the time, but they have not been seen since. And they were just never engaged in combat. They were just being avoided. And at the time, the boss confirmed that it wasn't his contacts in the U.S. government's Black Op from the Supernatural that he had contacted for that. So, yeah.
Okay. So they have, like, what looks like Black Ops?
Well, no. The Men in Black are part of a U.S. Black Ops Supernatural investigation team. Off the books, he does have connections with some of that organization, and they said that that was not their men in that area. Of course, it could be denying it anyways, but he had pretty good on the source that they were imposters. The fact that they are now investigating the matter themselves shows a sign that either it is part of their group and they're not aware of it, or it is somebody posing to, use that mythos to their advantage, or just to blend in. That's all they know.
Well, hopefully it's not a rogue, because they would have a lot of information then.
Yep, and funds.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that's what she's kind of arming you with, that brief information. So when you talk about the strangers that have been seen around the neighborhood, if it's got any relations to it, like basically you're going in to talk to the person, find out what you can, and if need be, stay the night. The person hasn't been harmed. Yet she has been quite terrified by sounds, noises, and she'll probably be able to tell you more. But as far as she knows, there's been no physical damage to the woman that's been reported.
Okay. I guess I would be still bringing my vest and stuff with me.
Yep, you can leave it in the car if you want, or wear it underneath. It's your call. What type was it? Was it the concealed, or was it the...
I believe it was the concealed one. I could wear it under stuff.
Yep, correct. That's the lighter weight. Though it is the one that if somebody does a search of you, they'll realize you got it on. But, at a quick glance, you're just dressing a bit bulky for the day, that's all.
Yeah.
It's not like these big padded float life preserver-esque one, Okay. The name is Margaret Clemens, by the way. Margaret Clemens is the name of the lady. And you would get, and it's basically in the Wallace district on the map.
That's like the up north one, right?
No, Wallace is the main core section. East City is the one that's the Manhattan-like one to the north. And
I guess I can always just pull up the actual map.
I'm just doing that right now. Derp for our viewers. Yeah, the letter A on the map is where the Shadow Streets area is. And the spot that you're going to be going to is effectively close to Redwood and Douglas Street.
Where's Douglas Street? I see Redwood. Oh, there's Douglas. Okay. So Greektown.
Greektown would be the closest, yeah. Community that it's in, yeah.
And she's not Greek.
Clemens, Margaret Clemens does not sound that Greek, unless she's fourth or fifth generation in, right?
Yeah.
Because she could have married non-Greek.
Yeah.
Marguerite could be, yeah. All right. So, yep. and she says you can investigate that today, tomorrow. Wouldn't want to let it sit too long. Every night seems to be not too well for this lady, so.
Alright, I have nothing else to do. I would really quick try to see if there's any information on the house before heading over there.
Information on the house. You got it. That area of town, the house is actually on top of a shop. So effectively, it's an apartment that she's got, and it's a single-story apartment. So you got the shop underneath. It's a single bedroom, and
there was no record of anything odd happening there previously.
Even the person that owns the shop down below is a butcher shop underneath. So it's like a local butcher shop. Also, because of its location, it's close to, she's on top of a butcher shop. There's lots of customers that are coming in. So the fact that she made a comment that she saw some strange people in the area, she would see a lot of people on a regular basis. So why were they strange compared to anyone else she sees? It also could lead to the fact that she could be paranoid as well.
Yeah, the whole fact that it's a butcher shop is kind of... Yeah, this might turn into a horror movie quick.
I know, it's like, I got a list of what's a good horror movie shop, Oh, it was a teddy factory. Oh, cute no, teddy bears, possessed teddy bears. I know it's a thing on the list.
Alright, so I guess I would head over.
Okay. Alright, you get over to the spot. There is a row of shops on that side. You've got a butcher shop, you've got a wedding dress spot, you've got a bookstore, and you also have a retro candy store with bright colors on it.
Are any of my books in the window?
No. There seems to be a book about a new release about a sparkly vampire. Just joking. It's like, yes, it's his pre-story now. They're doing a prequel to all the books. That's right. The Cullen story. And the type of bookstore, though, it actually, it has a couple of commercial books in there, but it doesn't really have a nice large book display. First off, it's a narrow building, so it doesn't have that much of a window spot. Besides, it's basically a door and then a window type of mix. And when you look inside, it looks like just a long apartment-style shop that's just got old bookcase rows to it. And a lot of the books have proper bindings on them too, so it looks like there is notice of trade-ins for books and that as well. The person does take books in and out, so it looks like an old-time shop. The owner that you can see through the window looks like your good old, if you ever seen the old white bearded sailor, the Greeks, the old Greek sailors, like with the beard and the bit of a bulbous nose and all that kind of thing. He's got that kind of look going for him in there.
So it's like a specialty shop.
It looks like more of a specialty bookshop, yes. The Greek wedding shop just got very good. Basically, it's got a lot of bridal dresses, lots of large trains, lots of very verbose decorations in that window. And the candy shop is basically, you got a whole bunch of mixes of candy. There's like the pink elephant popcorn in one of the windows. There is Poggy, the little Pocky. That's it, not okay. Pocky. Pocky, the Korean and all that kind of Chinese and with different candies from around the world. Just a huge sugar factory, effectively. Sticks out like a sore thumb compared to all these more traditional-looking shops on the strip.
Well, if I'm spending a night, potentially, I'm going to grab some candy for snack.
No problem.
So, get my Starburst and whatnot. Maybe some like Japanese ones.
Yep. Okay.
See what they have. I guess.
They actually have a great selection. The attendant, by the way, is somewhat androgynous looking, lean built, either slightly effeminate or slightly masculine, effeminate guy or slightly masculine woman. He, or person basically has head shaved on the one side and has kind of a very pinkish kind of hairstyle, like it's either been badly bleached hair that's been dyed so many times its face color is just dead white, but that's kind of showing with some pink on it. And the individual also is dressed slightly as colorful as the store itself, in different matching shirts and all that. Some weird horrific image of Rainbow Bright might enter your mind at the outfit the person is wearing.
Okay.
Totally.
Doesn't faze me.
Yep. Yep. And that person also seems to be kind of sitting on a stool, and every so often looking down, and little video game sounds are coming from some handheld device that he's got as he kind of glances up, sees you, and then goes back to the device.
Yeah. Okay. I would just, grab some snacks.
Yep, you got it.
Later.
Nothing seems out of place here. Good selection of candies. And that comes out of what we call beer funds. No real money, lost. This is just, the roleplay cash supply, Yep. You grab that stuff.
Yeah. It's like, I'm not buying another drone, so it's not.
Exactly. At discount prices, too.
Yeah, super freaking discount.
Yep. Alrighty. So, yep, that's it. Rings it in. Shows as much excitement for ringing your order as one might do flipping burgers. But it's done. Bookstore you can walk past, and bridal shop. And then you're at the corner, almost the corner where the Greek normal house kind of things at the side. It could have had a shop, but maybe it's closed down. In this row of houses.
Is there any sign of what used to be there?
Used to be in that shop? No, there's newspapers that are put up there. Make a spot. No, not spot. You're actually actively searching. There's a search, isn't there?
So investigate?
Oh, is search replaced with investigate? No.
Oh yeah, there's search as well.
Yeah, search, yeah. Because spot is just a casual spot and notice. Search is you're actively searching and looking. 16. You can make out the letters. You think it was a barbershop. Because you can make out the glue of a stencil that was like the barbershop pole. And a name that was kind of a Greek sounding name. Probably because of some of the letters are not, they're different from the Anglo-Saxon. Basically some of the Greek lettering, like some of the, I'm looking at the font in a way, the style, and also like a big barbershop, like the cartoon-esque barbershop's pole is on there, so you think maybe hair cutting or beard or full barbershop that used to be in that spot.
What year are the newspapers from?
Newspapers are from the 90s, late 90s.
Okay, so
Yellow
it's been closed for a while.
Yep.
Okay, so I guess I'll.
In this time, by the way, there have been few customers moving, but most of the traffic is for the butcher shop. And you got like some, a mixture of middle-aged and elderly individuals that are going in and out of that butcher shop. Any kind of young kids and that are going to the candy shop, and no one's gone into the bookstore at the time you've been walking here.
Can I tell what the specialty is for this bookstore? Or?
Bookstore? It's just got Edwin's bookstore. Edwin's bookstore. It's just kind of written on it. There's no real inclination of specialties or anything. Kind of has like the old-timey type of look and feel to the font and the style for Edwin's.
All right. Just kind of peeking into the butcher shop.
Mm-hmm.
Like how is it laid out? What is there? Seems to be their specialty, I guess.
They've got a bunch of
Hoping there's no meat pies.
Sadly, there would be meat pies, but apparently they've got cheap deals on lamb, post-Easter lamb, and still fresh. But they've still got some deals that people that had grown more. They got that going on. Hams, custom delis. There's also a spot where you can order in turkeys or large portions of meat. There's a spot where you can have it and they'll bring it in for you. There's the chef's choice cuts on there. The place has a kind of a strong kind of smell of more of the powerful ones, like a Genoa salami type of smell is probably the strongest one you can smell in there. And you hope it's coming from Genoa salami and not individuals that don't want to wear deodorant. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There is a big, stocky, not really fat, but very stocky, fat-fingered, big guy behind the counter that sports a little black mustache that sadly is big enough that it's got this funny little hairnet thing that he's got on that has to go around the back of his head to catch that bushy mustache of his. He seems to be talking with a customer, and then you've got a couple of young teens in there that seem to be just bagging stuff or preparing stuff on the side for him. So you got 3 people working. When you walk in, the counter is like you go in the front doors, the door is spaced right in the middle, and on your left and your right are barbecue sauces, some chips, some add-ons for meats and that, or barbecue kind of stuff. The walls on the side, left and right of you, one is a regular fridge that has some pops and has some cool stuff that needs to be kept cool, like some pickled eggs and all that. And then the one on the left-hand side is freezers, and they have some frozen meats, frozen sausages. Apparently he makes his own sausages, and he's got different flavored sausages and that. He's got like spicy sausages. He's got like a lamb sausage with feta and tzatziki mix inside of it. He's got some breakfast sausages that have like some sort of a syrup and pork. A lot of that's going on. And then at the counter at the far end is your fresh butcher's counter, glass. You can look in, and all the butcher's tools are just behind him there, and the cutting room. And he actually has a small little area where some meat does hang, but it's got a freezer door to it, and you only notice that when one of the kids goes in there, grabs something, and when it opens, you can actually see some large carcasses hanging in a small little freezer area in the far corner in the back of the shop. And it's kind of noisy. People are chatting and talking. Little bell ring goes off every so often. There's a LCD sign that's saying 27 right now on it, and it just dings with a bell, and it goes to 28, and somebody holds up a ticket, and they go up and all that. So it seems to be kind of a busy spot right now.
Yeah. I wouldn't really talk to anybody. I would just like see what's there, like, oh, not my thing.
Yep.
Walk out.
No problem. Alrighty.
And I guess try to find Margaret Clemming's door.
Yep, Clements. That's around basically beside the butcher's. You've got your narrow alleyway door. Like basically you got a door that leads up the side that's right beside the butcher's window.
Yep.
And there's a small buzzer as well. And there's 3 mailboxes actually. One is the butcher's. And there's a mailbox A and B, even though, as far as you knew, it was just a single apartment above it.
Okay.
Yep.
And there's no names on them?
No names on the A or the B. But there is only one buzzer. No 2 buzzers, like for 2 rooms.
Okay, guess I'll ring the buzzer.
Hello? Woman's voice, crackly, because of the speaker.
Hello, I believe you tried contacting the company I work for about checking out if this place is haunted?
Are you from Shadow Streets?
Yep.
How not to answer the door if somebody says that. You have them say the company name for the record. Yes, a ticket. No. Oh, yes, please come up. It's kind of quiet right now, but the sun will be going down, and I know that's going to change. At that point, there's
Pull it
she
open
buzzes
and
you in.
going up.
Okay, you have what smells like a smokehouse here of meat as you kind of walk in this hallway. It's like a lot of the smells kind of cling to the walls and everything as you go up the stairs, and you get to the area, and it is just one door at the top of the stairs, not two. As you hear the unlatching of at least 2 chains and the clicking of at least a couple of deadbolts before the door actually opens a crack, and there's still a chain on it as you see this woman, probably late 40s, early 50s. Her hair was kind of that haystack blonde, but it's now got more gray in it than blonde, and she does have some laugh lines and a look of worry with the wrinkles on her face, and her eyes are like a hazelnut as they kind of just peer nervously around at you. Hi, I'm Margaret, and you are? She's now, her hand's got a little bit of a shake to it as she's undoing the chain, the 3rd chain, to open the door a bit more now that she sees you.
You can just call me Monkey.
She kind of smiles a little bit. Is that your spirit totem?
No, I just like monkeys.
Oh, okay.
More of a nickname.
All right, you get this kind of a smell of linens and maybe mothballs is a slight odor you get when the door opens, and then that's slowly washed away with a smell of lilies that kind of fills
With the smell of what?
lilies.
Okay, you cut out for a second.
Yeah, no problem. And you walk into the room. She's got a vase on a little wooden cabinet, where you can throw your keys or any mail, the little resting desk. But she's got a tall vase, and she's got some pale lilies in that vase. Kind of looks like what you'd see at a funeral home, but they're kind of spread out nicely in the main hall. And as you walk into the room a little bit more, you notice her dining room's got some pale blue kind of lily. That's in another type of vase. Almost again the same 3 or 4 flowers in a vase kind of look that she's got in the room. It's kind of a cramped place. The living room looks like it's got a spot where a fold-out bed comes down on the side, so it looks like, at night the bed just folds down and takes up half the living room space behind the couch. The couch is facing an old TV. Up to the side is the kitchen, and it's a narrow ship's galley type of kitchen. One person can fit in there pretty good. It's kind of cramped for more than one. And then off to the other side is a small washroom with a standing shower.
All right. I'd be kind of looking a little oddly. It's like, so where's the other apartment? There's 2 mailboxes downstairs, or up here.
She noticed that too, and she doesn't know. She's sometimes had mail that is marked for the second apartment. It was a Justin Baker or something like that. I know the last name was Baker because I thought it was funny because I'm living above a butcher's shop and there's a baker. All I need is a candlestick maker, right? And she just pauses and just kind of. But yeah, last name was a Baker who lives in apartment B, but there is no apartment B as far as I know. I've asked the butcher, and he just says that it's just mail for a friend or something. So I think it's just a PO box, maybe kinda, or being used like one.
Oh.
So yeah. So
interesting.
So basically, I've been starting to stay at a friend's house overnight. If you want, I could. I've just finished dinner. There is some leftovers. I could heat up for you if you wanted.
Oh, that's fine. I got some candy.
Okay. Did you? She now sits down nervously. She's dressed in a very reserved beige dress. It's kind of a heavy material. It goes down past her knees. She's got like those old knee-high stockings that's kind of just hidden by the dress, and she's very conservative. Has a little bit of a basically almost has that old grandma type of stereotype going for her. her hair and eye color doesn't really, and her skin tone and that doesn't really suit Greek well. So.
Okay. I guess I would just ask her. Well, I didn't actually get too much information. Could you just explain to me exactly what's been happening and who you've been seeing?
Well, she said it started off as just like cries or little moans or something, and at first I thought maybe that there was something going on down in the butcher shop. First thought, any noises you hear, it's probably coming, but it sounded like it was coming from, and she kind of points up to the ceiling. But there is nothing above her. It's just a roof. And when you look at the building, there was no attic or any type of upper floor. Now, taking a fact, when you're looking at a building's front, there still could be 1 or 2 feet unaccounted for with the designs around the base and the top of the building, but there was no extra extension, like a half a floor or a floor above her room. It would go to
no crawl space.
Yep. It would go to a flat rooftop with air circulation and machines on the top of it, etc. The stairs did go up like any stairwell did to the roof. There's a roof access which is attached to a fire alarm to discourage people from going up on the roof, and also it's kind of suicide prevention, a few other things. Just it's only there for emergencies, the rooftop.
So no people keeping pigeons up there?
Correct, yeah. No pigeon people. The owner is the butcher. If you have to go up to that rooftop, you just have to let them know, and you probably won't have any problem with it, just letting them know that you need to investigate up there.
Alright. And that's all that's been happening?
Well, first,
cries
yeah,
and moans?
She's cries or moans or some sort, like some sort of a plea type of sound, like a cry, and I tried to figure out where. At first I thought maybe the butcher was having some sort of a little kinky affair somewhere, but then I got the more tormented things, and then other things started to happen. Like I would see things in the corner of my eye. There's somebody that was watching me. Then she kind of pauses for a second, her hand trembles a little bit, and she just goes to the kitchen, says, I got some tea on, would you like a tea? And then she kind of calms herself a little bit as she starts to pour a tea without waiting for your answer. Then
I'm good.
I felt like I was being watched in my dreams. Like I usually have nice calm dreams, mostly of a farm when I grew up in, and sometimes, on the beach with a dog of mine, Samuel. He passed away a few years back, and she kind of pauses for a second, and then, oh, did you want a tea?
No, I'm fine.
And every so often I'd be having these dreams, and that I suddenly, that same sensation of being watched in the corner of my eye started to happen in my dreams, and sometimes it would unnerve me a little bit. And more recently, I was walking down the beach and I saw my dear Samuel impaled on a stick, and I woke up with such a fright that something was definitely bothering me. So she thinks that the house might be haunted and now is influencing her dreams.
Okay. And the things out of the corner of your eyes, that's also the strange people you've seen? Or are those different?
She gets more of a person than people. Like just somebody that's just standing there looking at me. That feeling you get, the little tingles on your neck that you're being watched.
Okay.
She pauses for a second. She's looking at you again. Have we met before?
Probably not.
Your face does look a little familiar. That's all. It was bothering her.
Where did I say I lived again? Did I ever give an actual street?
No, you did not in this game. Yeah.
Yeah, I said it was somewhere between like Little India and Jewish district.
Yeah. So she could have seen you in passing that way. That.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So yeah, I don't live that far from here, so you might have seen me on the street somewhere, but.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah. So,
Okay.
any other questions? Like, do you have an idea of what might be needed to get rid of this thing?
Well, first I would kind of need to figure out what it is. Maybe first, maybe look up on the roof to first make sure there's nothing up there, no signs of kids making crap around there, up there.
At that point, she calls down. She gets one of the one of the teens that are working for him, and then there's a delay, and he asks for you to be put on the phone. You do still have a civic service. You still it's not. You've got an investigation identification, which is from the London firm, which is approved in that. You guys no longer have the police access cards that you used to have. But the investigative is the equivalent like a private investigator's badge and that. So, if need be, he doesn't seem to have that much of a problem. He just tells you a second, and he says he's going to be turning it off. He's going to be turning the alarm back on again in about an hour when the shop closes, or when you let me know you're done.
Okay.
So you got about an hour. That after a bit of talking, He seems to be more concerned than getting back to the orders than to about somebody popping up on that roof.
Yep. All right. I guess head up and check it out.
All right. It's got a big flat. It's got a little red bar on the door, and it tells you warning, fire alarm, and all that, and little symbols of "do not push," and babies toppling over into buckets. Some stickers, some teens thrown up on there as well. Okay, and you open the door, and the rooftop is tar base, but it's got all that gravel on top. It's got kind of a tar and gravel type of rooftop to it. There's a center mass of two large cubical metal objects, and then beside them is a circular, basically huge round, squashed circle. That's the ventilation spinner. I don't know the right term for it, but basically the round ventilation thing. You also have a little bit of a tower on the side there that looks like it could actually be a cell phone bouncer, which is somewhat new looking on the building.
Okay.
Search around. You got it.
Yep. Just looking for anything that looks like it's out of place.
That's a good search. All right. There's been weather the last few. There's been some rain and all that. But you have found stuck in the rooftop what looks like bits of fur that's stuck in the gravel. And the parts of fur are kind of a white, gray. They're not a single strand. It's like a little piece of skin that had fur on it is fallen. So you've got several strands stuck to some sort of a reddish, brown, and now it was bloody at one point. So you got some strands that are held together by some sort of blood. Small little pieces, no larger than about an inch or half an inch in length. Kind of whitish, and sometimes little parts of gray might be seen, gray or black might be seen on it as well, little bits of fur that you found. And
it's not like a cat or anything?
It could be cat. It feels a little coarse, but then again, some alley cats will get very coarse feeling fur. Without proper study, it's hard to really know. But you're able to find that, and basically after a rainfall, they were in somewhat of an area, like basically they weren't all over the rooftop. It was just a part of the rooftop, which does work close to where the woman's bedroom is. As you glance over the edge of the building, and you've got her bedroom window, her living room window that part times as a bedroom, effectively is just there. With the size of her apartment, though, it's kind of predictable that anywhere would be above that room, kind of, but...
Yeah. Alright. And no, footprints or paw prints?
Nothing that's been left disturbed by the gravel. There are signs, because most of the gravel on these type of roofs are actually stuck to the tar, so it's not really that much loose gravel. The only loose gravel is bits of... when people have walked, they've broken them off the little tarring.
Alright.
You also find some cigarette butts, and a couple of beer caps as well. on the rooftop.
Okay. I guess if I don't find anything really too much out of the place, I'd head back down, shut the door, and let him know that he can, like, lock it back up.
Yep, no problem. We'll do so. Did you take, I'm guessing you might have little baggies and all that stuff in the thing. Did you take baggies of the fur?
Yeah, I'll maybe keep the fur at least.
Yeah. The only thing that's out of place here, just the way the little tufts are too. Now, for all you know, a couple of cats could have had a scrap, and one cat walked away the victor, the other kind of hurt badly, and that's the remnants you're finding. Most of the bigger pieces may have washed away or whatever, right?
Yep. Yeah. So.
Was there anything up there?
White.
The door's already kind of open for you. You know, she asked if there's anything else for you.
I'm not seeing too much, but would you mind if I stayed here overnight?
I was
feed myself?
Yep. She said you can sleep on the couch if you want, or you can pull out the bed. There's fresh sheets on there, and at this point she's already got a stay-over bag that's already at the side, like she had mentioned earlier. That should be staying over at their sister-in-law's.
Okay.
And at that point she also quickly scribbles down in very bad handwriting her sister-in-law's address, which is a few blocks away in Greektown. If anything comes up, you can call there, and she tells you to be very careful.
All right, I'll try.
And she doesn't. As she kind of glances out as you've got the long beams of the evening, kind of just the way her apartment's situated. It's somewhat westerly facing, so you've got the long beams of warm light coming in through her window right now. There are blinds that you can close up if you want, but she seems to be taken off.
Yeah.
And now you're left alone in the apartment.
So I guess, what's the view like?
You basically have a street view with another building of equal size across from you. So you're kind of like not the best view. It seems to be on top of a shop as well. It looks like some sort of a Greek coffee shop. Well, not really a coffee shop, more of an espresso shop kind of look right across from you guys. And another apartment that's got its windows pulled, like the curtains closed on it. The next building over is a furniture shop, which takes up 2 of these buildings wide and has a couple of apartments above it. And again, one's got, blinds on it. The other one's got tin foil stuck up on the window for some reason.
Well, that usually means paranoia, but so I guess she doesn't have one of those doors that will close behind you, is there? Or is it? Well, like some apartment doors, they have some kind of thing up on top that will automatically close it after you. That way nobody can, like, go in after you.
Oh, you mean for the double doors down below, you mean?
No, I mean for her apartment door.
Nope, just regular door. Open and shut.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so I'm not locked out, I'll, like, put something in the door so it can't completely shut.
Yep.
And I'm going to, like, check out the hallway and see if, like, there might have been a door that was bricked over or something.
You got it. I need another search roll for that then. Yeah, spot is your instinctive, quick glancing around, whereas search is actually the art of study and searching type of thing. Investigate goes more into books. 20, not natural, is what you get. Alrighty. There is a white wood baseboard, which is about a foot high. Like you got a white wood edging on the floor, on the walls, from the top and bottom, and then you got a baseboard that's about a foot or so high of white, of a wood painted white. Now, whatever it was originally, you don't know. And then from that foot off the ground upwards is wallpaper. As you are searching, yes, you do discern what feels like an edge to another doorway. Now, to describe the hall you're in, it's a simple hall that the stairs go up, and if you want to picture, the stairs go up, and then to your left, the stairs would continue up to the ceiling. But at that changeover, like basically, the stairs go up to the floor, and then 45 degrees they go up again, which is on your left-hand side, which would be north if we're doing the compass points, right? And at the same time on your left is the door to this level. This level is a hallway that runs parallel to the stairs that are encased going up to the ceiling. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you've got her door that's on the one side, and then on the underside of the stairs going to the roof, there is, you've discovered what feels like something like a what could be a door-shaped disturbance under the wallpaper. Like, you know, it would be bricked in or solid or something, but basically under the staircase seems to be where another door, and of course its positioning is at the furthest down of the hall, so it would be at the highest part of the underside of the stairs, so almost like a closet almost. But apparently that there is something underneath the wallpaper that is about the width of a door. That is a weird, like, you know, it just feels a little bit. You think there could be, you could start peeling the wallpaper at the sides. The edges seem to have a little bit more texture than the middle, meaning if there was a door frame, you're feeling maybe a little bit of a door frame. You also notice there are some bubbling in the wallpaper at points where it just kind of peeled a little bit in areas, which is just the age of the wallpaper. You also notice that the wood for the baseboards, literally the wood seems to come flush to the edge, and then basically if you want to
seems to what?
Come flush, meaning the baseboards all are vertical pieces of wood, yet one would finish it like one vertical piece of wood, and then right next to it is the next piece that's right, that there's the gap between those two pieces of wood are on the edge of the frame on both sides. And the doweling or whatever that goes over the top of that beam also looks like its wood came to an end at about that stop as well.
Alrighty.
Because that's a horizontal track of wood that's just on the top of that baseboard, on top of the wood, and there's so many cut lengths. It just happens to be that the cut length matches the width of the door again.
Yeah. So there was a door there, or is still, but it's all covered up.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm not going to do anything with that now because...
Yep. Oh yeah. It has gotten dark now.
I don't want to be vandalizing the place.
Exactly. Them Shadow Streets kids just ripping up the walls now.
So I guess I'll go back into her apartment, close, and let the door kind of close behind me.
Alright.
And probably
There's a
look
whistling
around for
sound
any...
that just starts off low, and then starts to get higher from the kitchen.
I guess I'll go see if she left the water on.
You see the kettle is there, hissing away.
I'll take it off and shut off the stove.
You got it.
And...
By the way, it's slightly odd. You got the warmth of the steam, yet you felt the handle of the kettle a little cool, which is a little off.
I want to, like, cast one of my spells.
Sure. Now you have, is concentration a skill that they have, or is it based into the thing? I can't remember. There's so many game systems, I'm just checking.
I have to look it up.
Yep.
Detect aura, detect spells and magic items within 60 feet. Okay, that's not very...
helpful.
That doesn't really tell me much.
No. So what, you said magic items, or what's it detect?
Auras or magic items.
Ah! Auras. If a ward or some sort of
detect
marker.
spells and magic items within 60 feet.
Yeah. If some sort of, like, if somebody's got, like, you know, if someone actually has a working dream catcher, you know, if you're familiar with what a dream catcher is, you know, people can make them for the store, but if they're actually empowered to catch evil spirits and all that, you know, that type of stuff will show up, you know. So if you wanted, you could cast that. I do believe that there's a duration, and it's basically an arc in your vision.
Okay.
So you could, There is no need for a concentration check because you're not being contested. You can take your time and cast this. Right? If you're in combat or being attacked, there'd be a chance. Oh, there's my crows. I haven't fed them. Oh man. I don't know if you can hear him. It's just showing up on the microphone. But
I can't hear him.
Yep. Oh, when we have our break, I'll see if they're still there and throw some food. They've got me trained quite well. Even getting healthier options than just bread for the guys. No, that doesn't, not too good for them.
Alright, so I'm guessing her apartment is small enough that I can walk around while still doing the spell and just kind of feel anything.
Yep, and there's only a few blind spots in the apartment. When you're standing in the main living room, the ship's galley-like... give me 1 second, it's bothering me. Just a quick pause, but the ship's galley wall blocks off the kitchens from your point of view because there's a wall on that side. The washroom can only really be viewed if you're standing in the entrance area, as there's a little hall that leads to the washroom door. But other than that, you can see nearly everything else. The bedside table that's there when the bed drops down from the one side wall and all that kind of stuff's all visible. 1 quick second. I'm sorry, guys. Just be back in a second. Sorry about that. It's now back, and my little OCD-esque nature is calm. Alright. So yes, as you can cast that spell, and it flies up, and you do see traceries left over, like what looks like leftover signs of not necessarily a spell, but magical energies. Like just little traceries that are in the wall, and some of them are by the bed. That seems to be the strongest thing, and they're very faint. It's almost like a lint on a black light type of thing. It's it's bright, but there's not just little bits and pieces is what you're kind of seeing. Like a fade of something that may have been stronger more recently.
Okay.
Anywhere else you go as you're looking with the your sight?
Well, if I already looked in the bathroom and kitchen and then this room, I'll pop my head out and look at the hallway.
You can actually see the slight glow of a doorway. Type of magic does seem to be some sort of warding or something. But there is what looks like... The only thing that's a little odd, you felt the shape of the door, and it's your stereotypical rectangular shaped door frame that you would expect in any type of building code. Yet the glow that you see is an arched top, complete with what looks like a keystone, which is odd. Like, what your eyes see with a faint glow does not match the top of the door that you felt. It literally, the top seems to be kind of an arched top to it, and a keystone, which is the central V-shaped stone at the very top that basically keeps the arched stones in place, is kind of what you see, like a stone doorway. And it's a very faint thing in there. If you had the lights off and all that, the real world is it's not strong enough to be more prominent than what's existing in the real world, if that makes any sense. It's faint. If you had all the lights off on that, you'd probably see it a little better. Meaning it's not currently active, or it hasn't been active for a very long time, or something along those lines.
Okay. I guess I'll go back in and see if I can look closer at the stuff around the bed.
You got it. You might be able to discern with a spellcraft roll what area of magics it might be a part of. It's a tough number because it's very faded. 17? No. You're unable
like a 15, so...
Oh yeah, 15. Still 15. You can guess that it really isn't more of the physical magics, like a conjuring or a manifestation or anything like that. It could be some of the more mental or illusionary or that type of field that you've got traceries of.
Okay. Alrighty.
Off the bat, though, the doorway was some sort of other type of magic. If you wanted to study that, that would be another spellcraft on that one.
I'll prop open the door again so it can't close
Yep.
behind me and take a look at it as well.
Yep, you got another spellcraft on that one too. Haha! This one is a bit better, though. You can tell that there is more a physical magic attached to it. You can't discern the schools properly, but you might be along the lines of a manifestation or a conjuring, in the concept of maybe a defensive ward, a little bit like the wards you felt around the cabin, not knowing what they did. Also, it is a doorway, and some of the magics could be seen as teleportate, like in the conjuring is also the idea of conjuring you somewhere else as well. So, you know,
I kind of have an idea of what I want to think about it is,
Yep.
but I don't think my character would know.
I see.
Maybe she does.
That's the beautiful thing about spellcraft. Spellcraft is the knowledge.
There's also arcane lore, so...
Lore as well, which in this case you could do the better of the two dice rolls and add +2 for the other skill. Like whoever has the better ranks in it, spellcraft or arcane.
Arcane does, obviously.
Right. Yeah, well, with that roll, whatever you're thinking, maybe what your character's thinking. Now let me know, and I'll either say yes or no, because you got a good enough roll to know that, wait, no, it can't be that, or yes, it could be that.
Dimension door?
Yes. You're thinking it could be that, and that is, with that roll, you can confirm your thoughts on it. That it could be a dimensional door here, which means it doesn't give a damn if there's wallpaper up or not.
Okay. I'll go back into the apartment and just kind of maybe make notes to myself, because I don't want to start screwing with stuff by myself.
Yeah.
But I guess I would, at this point, I might know enough to maybe undo the stuff that's by her bed.
What's by her bed is more...
Well, I'll bring it... I'll bring it down and see if there's more of it, behind the wall where it drops down.
Okay, you bring the bed down. All right, there's a bit more of a glow on the bed. Hence, she said she was having issues with her dreaming or her sleep. You actually almost have a blurred... If you did a time-lapse photography of only her shadow as she slept, and then put that into the negative, that's kind of what you see with the glow, and slightly animated in that sense, where the arm on her bed sheet was, and then it moves, and then it moves back again. So you've got this eerie type of ghosting of just her shadow, in a way of speaking, on the bed as it moved during the night.
Okay.
Made up of faint magic energies. Maybe you're now looking at more mental magics or illusions. You can now make a stronger school guess on this.
Yeah. And I can't see any more, like, writings or anything?
No, there's no writings or markings. Even with the doorway, the glow is faint, but it was more of a physical manifestation than the actual runes or markings, whereas a ward is usually a physical marking of some sort, is on that door somewhere.
Okay. So... But somebody would have had to, like, physically cast it near her.
Could be, yes. Yes.
I guess I'll, like, start looking around, because I know I can't really see too much more magic stuff.
Yeah.
See if anything else is going wrong.
You can do a search of her apartment.
Okay. Search. I see everything.
Yeah. You see Samuel, pictures of Samuel the Labrador, kind of a sandy brown, long-haired Labrador was Samuel, it would seem, who was the pet that she talked about. You also notice that in the same area where Samuel is, there is a drawer, and in that drawer are a whole bunch of photographs of pictures that she's got, and in them there's a picture of her with a beagle dog, her cuddling a beagle dog. Then there's another picture of her a lot younger, and she seems to be having what looks like a little Yorkshire Terrier type of, more of a lap dog type of thing in it. And then you got one of her in her teens or whatever, and this big, huge kind of Rottweiler stocky type of dog, kind of look that doesn't look fearful and rip your face off. No, it's cute, and she's cuddling it as a teen. So there's several dog pictures that she seems to have a little collection of in that area.
Okay.
You also know that in there, by the pictures, there's a little rattling sound as there's.
What? You cut out.
Oh, sorry. By the pictures in the drawer, there is a rattling sound as you move around, and there's a little plastic bag, and in each one of the in the plastic bag is a dog collar name.
Okay. Samson, I'm guessing.
You got it was Samuel.
Samuel.
Yeah, you got Samuel. You got Uriel, and you also have Ezekiel.
Angel names?
Yep. The UEL is also at the end of the spellings.
What?
Did I cut out again?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, it's got I think it's UEL is the proper way, and EUL, or one. I know the EU and the E is a certain way in Latin for the actual angel names, and it does get mixed up when people write it. It's written the proper way. I keep forgetting which is which.
Okay. Looking around, do I see any, like, religious books?
You look around. You don't see a Bible. But you do find some books on crystal meditation. You do find a book of names. You do have, a few books talking about angels. Fact and fiction kind of stories. Angels Walk Among Us is another book that's up there. And then you get some books of fiction that's in there. And your book is actually up there. And it has a cover sleeve picture of you, which is probably why she actually may have recognized you. And then
yeah, sadly.
But it's like, that seems to be it. There does not seem to be a big, powerful Bible anywhere. There still could be a Bible in this room, but it's not like a centerpiece or.
Well, she's asking me about my totem animals. She's not like hardcore Christian.
No.
Do any of these books still have, like, a tag on it showing where she bought them?
No, not on the book in themselves. No. Yeah.
And no, like, receipts being used as bookmarks or anything?
Ooh, good call. Actually, you just roll me a die 6. If you roll a 1, yes, she did bookmark one of the books with a receipt. This is just a fate thing for that, because it's a good point, because I've done that myself. No, there are no bookmarks that have done that. Though there are a couple of bookmarks in some of the spiritual books in that as well.
Alright, what does she have them bookmarked to?
The crystals and inner well-being basically are little meditative abilities where you can basically just relax and open yourself up to the world.
And welcome yourself up to, like, possession.
Exactly. Just open up and connect to the world. You know, that seems to be her last little meditation mantra that she's been going through, is to be able to understand the world around you, your settings, your surroundings. Yet this book is talking about being in a forest or being out by a river or flowing water or something like that. Yet if she's doing it in a downtown thickly populated city, it's probably not the best.
Yeah. Like, I guess she could always go to, like, a park or anything, something, but...
And
yeah.
if you take a look on the map, there is, by River Street and Main, a small park which is close, just a bit closer than the other park that's in the Jewish district, the little green squares on my map.
Yeah.
As well as...
she could also go by the river, too, sometimes, probably.
Was it by the bridges? There's a bit of coast by the bridges, but some of that's, not the safest and nicest spots to be by the bridges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't have, like, park going along the river?
Oh, they do. There is some park areas, but there's also areas where there's that old scrap heap that's been left to rot till time. You know, that type of thing going on. You got nicer stuff on the other edge, because Granton's the nicer money area. This is all your blue-collar working class. So more brown grasses and more wild grasses of the area that are growing up by the river. But yeah, so both places are available to it, yeah.
Alright.
The book on angels living amongst us make references to individuals called the Watchers, which apparently were gotten rid of with the Great Flood, and that seems to be the spot that she's marking on, and how these Watchers help bring knowledge and information to people, but that became corrupted, and they weren't supposed to do that, and part of the flood was to wash out these giants that were called the Watchers. That's the little thing she's looking up.
Does she have, like, a journal anywhere?
What was your search? You got a 27? Yes. You would be able to find a little sealed journal, and with a 27, you also find where she hides the little key for that journal, which is, probably the worst spot to put it is right near the journal, just hidden between a couple of pages. You found a little key. So you could look into her journal if you want.
Yeah, I'll see if she's been trying to do anything.
Got it.
Like summoning and whatnot.
Yep. All right. You basically...
What I would consider summoning anyway, what she would probably
Her
be
writing is
like,
atrocious.
joining.
Her writing is really atrocious. And her grammar is a bit off. And you also notice when she's writing, she's mixing up her words, like her letters, a little bit. And it seems to be a common thread that basically her writing looks to be rough. And the way she works her words seems to be a little odd. She may have some sort of a reading or writing issue.
But it doesn't seem like it might be code, like
no, it doesn't seem to be code. It's like, it seems to be more, she may be, like, dyslexia is not just seeing words back and forth, it's seeing how words are grouped and that. She may have a form of that in her style of writing, it would seem.
Okay.
But what's going on is her life. I don't know how. Basically, you've got about a year's worth of a journal. This was bought as a year, last year's Christmas present, and she's been filling this journal up. At a quick skim, there's little photographs and pictures stuck in there for Samuel at the beginning of this. She's still getting over it. It's been a year now since Samuel's gone. Blah, blah, blah. And she's thinking about getting a new dog. She talks about Garcia and how he might have some new books coming in. And she can't wait to check that out. And what was it? It's better quality than the other bookstore that she thought was pretty good. But Garcia's got more books coming in. That's the comment for where she's getting her books, and the bookstore that's here that you saw, it seems to be the one that doesn't have that good of a selection that she seems to be referring to. How do the hunters work, Zen? Oh, hey, thanks for popping in. Zen, the hunters are usually at the end of my chat. I grab hunters and send them on missions, but so far the last couple of weekends, no one's really been there that have a hunter at the end of the chat. I set them up for little mini missions. Also, if we had at least one other person, we were going to be doing a scene that needed hunters to assist. There is a hellhound at a location, and one or two of the hunters would be brought up as NPCs to help out in that mission. But we just got Insane Monkey in today, so we're doing a little side mission. And if you want, we will be sending out hunters. And what I might do, just to get the hunter ball going, is you want to send your hunter in. White Tiger wants to send his hunter in, and Bit Rabbit likely does. I am probably going to put together a scenario, and it will be updated in the Hunters Forum of how your hunter did, what experience was gained, or how the hunter failed, etc. All that information will go into the Hunters chat, which you should be able to view. You just can't type in it. And I will get an update for that, and then rewarded experience. Sometimes I'll actually just do it on stream when it starts to become more popular. I can just do it on the fly for the stream, randomly create the scenario, and then just kind of be descriptive in what happens with it based on the dice rolls I get, which is what I'm going to be doing in the chat for now. If you're still there, Zen, I just noticed your chat now, and yeah, but that's how the hunters will be going. So. Cutting back to you, that's what you get for the first glance of the journal.
But like near the end, or at least the
end,
last quarter or half, she's not talking about like.
There's some
whether
sketches of crystals.
Works.
There's some sketches of just little prismatic shapes, which kind of look prismatic things that she's doodled on, and that's when she's trying to find herself. She's working on some problems. There's just one person by the name of Tony that comes up, and basically they are seeing each other on and off, and she's looking at finding her true self. Her mother was so restrictive as a child. She's living on her own. It's been the only time she's been able to explore more of her, spiritual side than the confines of her mom and the Catholic upbringing she had. And there's a few other things that are going on in there. She starts talking about the books, the meditation, and how it's helping her. And then it starts getting to the spot where she starts getting to the nightmares, and you see her handwriting becomes a little bit more erratic, if that's possible. And she starts scribbling like little shadowy images with eyes. Like basically all she's doing with her pen or pencil that she's writing with, mostly pen for her journal, is she just scribbles a long, tall figure that's basically nothing more than the silhouette of shoulders and a head and just darkness down below it, just kind of scribbled, that she keeps doodling at, that she gets a little bit like
Slender Man.
Well, not yes, but there's no arms or legs or anything. It's almost like a head in a cloak, you know what I mean? Like it just drags straight down. There isn't but yeah, the Slender Man mythos as well, kind of, but it's basically just a pair, and all she's done for the eyes is she has to color, like if you picture, she's just been scribbling with a black pen, and then where the eyes are, she just leaves little gaps for space type of thing, and then the whole thing is just this long black shadow kind of thing. And that's what she keeps seeing out of the corner of her eyes. Spot check for yourself now.
Okay. Spot check.
Yep. Fort 17 altogether. As you're reading this, you feel that something like what she's describing, you can make out in the darkness by the wall by the kitchen. Like as you're reading the book, your peripheral vision starts to pick up something shadowy and you get that cool tingling on your neck. You can interpret this as you will, as this is what she's been doodling. It's your mind wandering or whatever, but you do get the sense of a dark figure just out of view in your peripheral as you sit on the couch looking through the journal. How do you respond?
I want to know if I know any like demons or whatnot, devils that would fit this description.
Too many, sadly. A dark, shadowy figure is probably the basic building block of most horrific. Do you know what I mean? A specter. Well, you got stuff like not really devils or demons, more along the ideas of specters, ghosts, wraiths, phantoms, that type of thing that have that shadowy view of your eye. And dimensional horrors could also fit into that category too, but they're usually pop in, pop out kind of creatures, whereas subtle lurkers, you've got more of a lurker kind of a thing, more apparition.
I was just kind of thinking, like, I know it's more like trickery, illusion things, but if she's trying to open herself up a lot, I was kind of wondering if my character would... With
that role, your character knows that nearly everything you described can't fully manifest on the physical plane, yet they have all the potential to possess a person, to give them access to the physical plane. So your fears are absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Is that basically the phantoms, the wraiths, all that kind of thing, they would love to have a physical human host. Some of them might just want to piggyback to experiences. Others might have more malicious plans to party back again with their body.
Yeah.
So she could be on the road of a subtle... the other thing is, a subtle corruption is what you're feeling, because it could have just done a push and attack, right? Basically, trying not to say game mechanics, it could have just done an instant possess, which is a direct test of her willpower. And she, because of her background, might have a very high kind of because of her previous and current spiritual transactions, her wisdom might be increasing quite a bit, which would give her bonuses against such acts. Yet, if the thing is whittling her down bit by bit, it would lower her resistances to a possession. So even though the stings and whatever it's using is starting to use fears, like other creatures, like the other paranormal creatures can have a tail thing, like succubi or incubus would have more sexual or stimulating type of feelings that help lure their victims to being possessed or killed or controlled. This thing is used for fear and horror as well.
But like to me, it doesn't seem like it's some type of fiend or whatever trying to connect with her to make like what I would consider a warlock in the other system.
Yeah,
it's a lower one.
Yep, it's more of it's just wanting to whittle down her defenses to take over.
Okay.
Yeah, not to coexist, but more to, take over the body.
Alright.
So you are looking probably a possessing spirit with a good intellect to realize it's best to whittle this person down bit by bit to take them over.
Do I know anything that would help combat it? Besides telling her to stop it?
Getting her, first off, getting her some sort of a protective ward against possession. Dream catchers, as I mentioned before, could if you actually can get a blessed, and for a dream catcher to be blessed, you don't get a priest of any Christian faith to bless it. You have to find a shaman or that to have them bless a dream cat. Because I think I told you this in my game. Holy items are per religion, and their effectiveness will be based. So if you get a Christian holy blessed Dreamcatcher, it's not going to do very much for you. Then radiate, Christian faith.
With my background and me researching all the time this kind of stuff, would I know somebody that she could get one from?
Native. You did a lot of yours in Europe, right? For your character?
Yeah.
Pardon? Was it? Or
my character's been kind of here and there.
Because your character could probably have some sort of a, I would say not locally, but you might be able to have some sort of source into the shamanistic community, whether it be Native American or old European pagan back in England or Europe, wherever your character may have been. They would be the two main groups to find, but in any case, you probably would have to you may have gotten them for source information for a book, but you don't have them as a proper contact or acquaintance that you basically could resource them up and spend time to make them an actual contact for you if you wanted to. But you know of the concept though, so you wouldn't be a fool. And with your detect magic, you could go into any type of Native American shop if you find it, and see if anything is worthwhile taking from their shop. Like if you saw a Dreamcatcher that actually did radiate magic, then that would work for you. You've got the edge on that. Just tell that. And here's a hint: if it's got a plastic ring on the outer thing, it might not work as well.
Yeah.
If it's got a bent bone or sinew or that kind of based edge, that's more.
Yeah. Especially the ones that are like they're painted on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like the Native American woman like looking over the shoulder of a wolf and whatnot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Kitsch, kitsch, kitsch.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Though some of that artwork is nice, though. I really do like it.
Yeah, some of it's really nice artwork, but
I can't remember. There is this one actual Native. Oh no, there's this one Native American that some of his paintings and pictures. I think he's like a second gen or something, but he does like a starscape. But if you stare at it long enough, the trees and the stars actually make a wolf's face. Or he does a whole bunch of forest scenes, but if you blur your eyes a little bit, you start to realize that the negative space between the trees actually makes up like wolves' faces and stuff like that. It's like I love his work because it's that whole it's a picture of something normal, but if you look at it long enough, you see what's behind the normal, and that's kind of Anyways, that was I don't even remember the artist's name to give him the credit, so I should shut up right now. But I like his work because of that. It kind of shows the duality nature, in a way speaking.
yeah.
But yes,
Right.
so
and I don't know a way to just like banish it outright.
There actually would be spells of banishing in circles that are higher
But
up.
they're way too high for me.
Yep,
Okay.
correct. Yep. Betty might have contacts in that area for calling in special people. But again, the roots of this creature, you don't know its background fully. But you're thinking of a malignant possessing entity. Nice thing said is you're aware of it. What is your will save? That would judge how well your character is against.
My will save is +6.
So yeah, you are quite you'd also get a bonus knowing that that's what it is, a +2 bonus. So you're looking at a +8. So in other words, you could easily spend a night here. If the thing makes contact with you, there's a very good chance you're not going to get possessed. And if it's already doing a long-term approach to one person, it's probably not the type that would try to possess in one sitting. It's got time on its side, in a way speaking.
Okay.
Time is on my side. Yes, it is. So it's your call whether you want to stay the night here with what you be armed with or not. They might not even make contact.
How about I make a decision after break?
That's a great idea. Let's take a 10-minute. Well done. 10-minute break. It'll be 10 after the hour, so my time will be Eastern time. It will be 10 after 3 is when we'll continue this.
All right.
Alrighty, and I'm just going to set that up and see you guys back in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
And I will mute our channel as well.
Do you see what I see? Miles and miles of bowls of shredded wheat growing under the warm summer sun. 100% whole grain wheat. Nothing more, nothing less.
Quantum dot light. It paints the world with a billion colors. And even in the darkest moment, it brings out the heroes and reveals love's everlasting true colors. QLED, the next innovation in TV. Samsung.
Alright, everybody. We're now coming back. We're now coming back. Alrighty. So, are you back yet, Insane Monkey? Who was munching on animal crackers? Or crackers? I saw animal crackers, and I had a flashback to animal crackers as a kid, which weren't animal crackers more of a cookie? Anytime Lord, hello, thank you. Well, weren't animal crackers really a cookie? No, weren't they a cookie really? The animal crackers, they weren't really crackers. They were kind of a that hard vanilla kind of cookie thing. Oh, you are muted still. Oh, you were muted. There we go.
No, I just unmuted myself.
Yeah. Doo-doo. Alrighty, the doot. So, after reading in the book, you have had that feeling of stuff over your shoulder in the room. Oops, and I just there we go.
There we go, what?
Music, it was just the music thing that's going on.
Oh.
I just got this, you know these 1 hour of type of music, emotional music, epic music, all that kind of stuff. I've just had
can't
that.
hear it.
Oh, I know, sadly. I've just had that. And I do like the way that YouTube now handles copyright claims. I'm not putting any ads on it, but the people's music that's in it, they have the right to put ads in or have the statistics of that video played, which I prefer. In that sense, you're not too heavy. As long as you don't try and claim it as your own music, and as long as you agree to the fact that suddenly the Sony Records can put a Sony commercial into my ad thing because I've got one of their songs in the playlist, I'm okay with that in a sense. It's just like, it allows you that music, as long as you don't say it's your own.
Yeah. I got Depeche Mode playing right now.
Yeah, Depeche Mode. Early or late?
The song is Precious from Playing the Angel. It's the only album of theirs that I have.
You know what sucks? I actually have albums of theirs that I can never play again. I think it was Violator. I think was the album I have somewhere. The actual record.
I don't know too awfully much about Depeche Mode because my area was more for actual hardcore rock rather than the experimental stuff like they are into.
Oh yeah, they helped shape a lot of stuff in that time though. Alrighty. Yeah. So, because the other things Joy Division and Skinny Puppy. Oh, the Skinny Puppy was very heavy though, and that was more of a Canadian band originally.
Yeah. Depeche Mode and Joy Division, I don't remember actually learning their names until I was an adult. Skinny Puppy, I think I learned in high school or so because they were very hard. We're still around.
Yeah.
Around the time.
I think their lead singer died, unfortunately, I do believe, for Skinny Puppy, which usually destroys a band. Yeah. Okay, so we are back. You're in a creepy little house. The sun has set, and it's funny how simple little doilies could look like spider webs, and how little china figurines of dogs with bobbleheads could look so satanically evil. But that's the feel you suddenly get in this nice, quaint little apartment, as you just everything has that darker kind of angle to it as the shadows grow in this apartment.
Yeah. And she probably doesn't have a Ouija board, so that I don't really have too many physical ways of talking with this thing.
Well, she is the spiritualist, and Milton Bradley, or is it Hasbro, does have a huge stock of them. It's funny when you discover, yes, a Ouija board made by Milton Bradley, or I think it's Hasbro. It's like one of those big toy companies actually has the rights for Ouija boards.
Yeah.
But,
They even make different types of them now. So like,
Yep.
I'm willing to bet I can find a Pokemon one.
I don't think that should be encouraged. Gotta summon them all. Yeah, actually, I think they haven't done that bad, but they have got like rosewood and an ash board, and that's the gimmicky thing I've seen they've done is like different types of wood. And you just don't play around with that stuff, you know what I'm saying? And commercialism, But in my world, it's all the rage. Sorry, but there might be, but you had a pretty good search of the apartment, so I think with that earlier search roll of yours, in the high 20s, yeah, you don't think she would. It would have been something more at hand if it was.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I kind of feel like I need to understand what, I guess, religious pantheon it kind of goes with, because I know there's religions that, like, if they don't believe in other religions, like, their stuff can't sometimes affect them.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I would have to try and let it talk to me in my sleep, but at the same time, I don't want to do that.
Yep. Because you do know the folklore that, yes, you can die in dreams.
So...
That's your point now. Do you stay up and hope for a contact, or do you go to sleep? You do have a bag of candy there.
I'll just stay up until I get kind of tired. Kind of like seeing if I can watch it and eat my candy.
You got it. You just get this odd curiosity type of sensation, whether it's your own feelings projecting that yourself or whatever, as you just sit there and watch. Do you watch TV or do you just eat candy? What's up? How do you...
Well, I thought I could kind of see it out of the corner of my eye in the corner.
Sometimes, but when you go to look at it, it's not there, of course. And then it's gone for a while, and then you get a sense of it again in that area. And then it'll disappear if you try to refocus your attention.
Okay, so...
So you get to the point where you're munching, but now your mind starts to wander. Maybe your own fears of not wanting to go to sleep or what it could do. Basically, you do notice more of a pessimistic feel or vibe with any of your thoughts right now. Like, whether that's just your character or what, it's just there's a slight bit of negativity or fear going on right now. The shadows, the room's too quiet. Even though I say a quiet room, this is a quiet street side room. Cars are heard outside, the sound of tires on the asphalt. There is no subway underneath you. I actually have subways marked on my little map here too. There is no subway underneath you right now, but you still have the sound of people on the streets. The bar crowd starting to let out and getting onto the streets. The drunken hoots and hollers. Oh, what's that?
I'll get out my cell phone and see if I can find an app that just has, like, it plays a tone that doesn't change.
Oh, like a white noise or something like that?
Yeah. And see if it changes at all with that person, with the thing around me.
Got it. Alright. You notice that you're having a hard time connecting. The bars seem to be really low, and there is no Wi-Fi connection in here.
Yeah, even with that thing on the roof?
Exactly. What did I say? It looked like a cell phone tower on your freaking roof, yet you're having a hard time connecting. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that for bouncing your signal, right? You'd freaking have it on the roof less than 12 feet away from you if you were to, as the crow flies from where you're sitting, right? But yeah, for some reason you're getting really bad reception in this apartment. Do you step out in the hall?
I'll poke my head out, see if it's better out there.
You basically got a couple of bulbs that light up the hallway. The one bulb near the spot that you've determined as the door is flickering on and off, and it's it's basically the hallway's dark and then kind of just light and dark and light, and you just got that flickering of the one bulb down there. Spot, please.
Let me find it. Spot. There it is. I ain't seen shit.
No problem. Alrighty. As you're doing that, though, there is a sense that with a 6, you notice that, there's maybe your mind's playing tricks on you, but you just feel that every time it flickers, there's a shadow within those shadows that's getting closer to you. Every light flicker.
Mm-hmm.
That and you got full bars, great connectivity. Right as soon as you literally, your hand pulls the phone out of the doorway, the hallway's got perfect reception.
I'm going to cast Detect Magical Aura again.
Yep, you're going to cast that again, no problem. You cast it, and you notice that you know what dust motes in sunlight are like? You're starting to notice like little magic motes that are almost like little dust motes kind of slightly floating around this apartment, in the hall and around the doorway. Meaning there's faint traces everywhere, but it's active right now. There's active magic going on, and it just looks like little peaceful dust motes kind of falling down, like almost like some sort of a to do a modern anachronism, some sort of like snowflake screensaver going off or something, but they're small little motes of color that you're seeing kind of descend at different depths of field. So the apartment and the hall. You also notice the hall is a bit warmer than the apartment, as the general temperature of the apartment has gone down a little bit compared to the outside of the hall, which you didn't really pick up on because it was such a gradual change in temperature that it wasn't extreme.
Alright.
Now, taking a fact, it is spring, but this is spring in the city, so humidity levels have already made it quite warm than normal. You've been having like, oh god, I can't do Fahrenheit. But, it's been warm and muggy for spring, you know what I mean? Like the warm, muggy city spring type of thing is what you've got.
Yeah, so like high 70s,
yeah, probably
80s. Okay.
But still in what you'd expect for the spring type of thing, but like the muggy, living in the downtown core type of, oh, I wish it was winter all over again.
Yeah.
But the apartment's been nice and cool, you figure it's air conditioning, and then you realize that there is no air conditioning unit in her unit, and it also doesn't look like she has a separate what you call it. It's not coming through the building itself. Like the building doesn't have central air, is what I was looking for.
Alright.
But you've got the air-conditioned sensation for apartments that doesn't have it in their building. Also, dust motes are visible when the lights go dark. When the lights go bright, they're hard to discern because of A, light, and B, you're getting a slight bit of light blindedness as you're staring at the dust motes for that brief second the light flickers and then it's bright again. So they could be existing in the light, but they are very much existing in the dark.
Alright. I'm going to download that app real quick.
Another spot check, by the way. $16. Alright. Every flicker, you make out a humanoid shadow standing in the hall. As long as you're looking at that area, every time the light flickers, it seems to be standing in relatively the same spot. When your eyes look around for a bit, like back to your phone for the download and then back up again, that figure is closer, but stays at that closer position as long as you're staring at it in the shadows that are flickering. You can do a will right now save for the unnerviness of the shadow figure getting closer to you every time you look away. You're a little on edge. No, because this isn't penalty determining, you failed the roll, so you are on edge. But you can also roleplay that as well, as you're basically now on edge, as you know something is stalking you and getting closer when you're not paying attention.
But I know it can't really physically do anything to me right now, though, right?
Yes.
Like, it had to work a while to whittle her down.
Exactly. That's probably your saving grace until the kettle goes off again. You hear the whistling coming from the kitchen.
Okay. And I already shut off
Yep.
that stuff.
You did. So the kettle is now whistling in the kitchen. It's that built-up scream of a whistle now building up in the darkness of the apartment.
Mm.
You've got a few lights on.
I got
in the
my
main
tile with me, don't I?
Yep, you do. It's in your bag.
I'm gonna hold that in one hand.
You feel like you have to push into that. The music doesn't fit the setting right now. You're right. Music is more powerful. I did have something haunting earlier. We're in the next one on this list. Yeah, I'm gonna go Google eerie music. Do
Do you see what I see?
Do you see what I see?
Miles and miles of bowls of shredded wheat.
Miles and
growing
miles
under
of
the
bowls
warm
of
summer
shredded
sun.
wheat, guys. That's right.
100%
Let's
whole
skip this
grain
ad. Alright, this might be low, so I've turned it up a bit if it gets a bit too loud for chat. Well, I'm just looking at random mixes. Like, this is over an hour of music now that's supposed to be mysterious, eerie, dark Halloween music, they're calling it. Throw that up right now and see how that works with our thing. You are right, that one was a little bit too... It was it had gone to an inspirational, powerful, classical music sound, which isn't, what we want right now. Oh, anything's got little violins in it, that works for me, I'm just saying. If it gets too loud, let me know, because I might have to adjust the volume, because it seems to be a quiet mix. So, that being said, the kettle is whistling. There is no light on in the kitchen because basically you've been reading and thinking in the main living room, so the lights have been on there, but the kitchen lights were never turned on as the sun set, so the kitchen is in darkness. And all you've got is the whistling, and in the darkness, the little bit of the moonlight that comes in through the windows is kind of lighting up the ball of steam that's escaping from the kettle on the stove. That steam just seems to spread out, and it's almost like it's buffeting against something as the steam will spray out, but it's like it's hitting something that's in that area, and it's causing little spirals or spins of the steam that is off that kettle.
Yeah. I'll try and, force some of my will into the tile.
You got it.
Do I have to roll something for that?
I actually need you to roll your spellcraft, effectively. Because spellcraft is also used for activating magic items and stuff. I do believe in this system, or it's a raw will check as well. But in this case, your spellcraft, you do feel a bit of warmth going to the tile, but it's flickering, and you feel a bit of warmth on yourself, but it doesn't seem to latch on, or something is stronger than it. You get a sense that it feels weak compared to its environment. It's having a hard time stretching out. You can do an arcane roll to figure out this sensation you've got for the mechanics of it all. You're the perfect person for this type of stuff. The gun bunny would be scratching his butt right now. Can I shoot it yet? No, sadly. Oh yeah.
You would have blown up the door already.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta blow that door, that wall up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm piercing it to the veil, I guess.
Effectively, with that tile, can create a small field of protection in an area that is relatively normal. It's probably going against wards that whatever this thing is has already put up over time. So effectively, this thing has made itself home to this apartment. So it's probably got its own things that this small ward is not powerful enough to... Basically, it's got stronger wards down than what you have on the tile. So it can give you some protection just for yourself as you hold on to it, but you're constantly focusing on it, meaning you have to maintain concentration, which is either a will check if there isn't a concentration skill to do, and as long as you don't maintain, some spells are maintained at will. This is now taking up your at will slot. So if you tried another spell that can be maintained at will, like magic, see magic, it will cause this tile to stop functioning, if that makes sense. So effectively your see magic would start to fade as you go to use the tile, and you would be aware of that too.
Yeah.
Actually, Lady Time Lord, if you want to post that link in my Discord, I've got a spot for music and images. If you want to throw that link in that one, then everyone can take a look at that link as well, and I could have it onto my playlist. Yes, so if you don't have my Discord, !Discord should get you the link there. But there's a chat channel I have that has actually a bunch of music links and stuff in there as well. But yes, throw that in there, and that'd be very cool for me. Thank you.
Alright, so I guess the tile isn't really working.
Well, currently you feel like it's working as a protection, but it's only working on you, and it's a tight bubble, and you have to maintain it concentration-wise.
Alright, yeah, so...
Yeah, concentration is a skill. And are you sure it's not considered a class skill for you as a wizard?
Concentration? Where's...
Yeah, it is under your skills, but
why is that Constitution? Oh, okay.
Concentration is usually used if you're taking physical damage, and you're basically, concentration checks are usually done if you're being not really mentally, but they usually make, if you get shot, make a concentration check to see if your spell goes off or something like that. So that's probably why they put Constitution for that one. For maintaining a control of thought is usually going to be like a will save or something to maintain the will. But if it's usually concentration is used to, despite distractions in your environment, is what that's kind of for. So, and usually that is the case of, okay, he's casting a spell, I shoot him, you get shot, do you still cast your spell? And if you pass your concentration, you still cast a spell. So that's probably why they made it a concentration based on con, is how tough you are at maintaining in that sense. And might be the reason why it's not a class skill, per se. But in D&D, usually that kind of works that way for that. But yeah.
Alright, so I guess it is kind of working for me.
Yeah. So I basically am going to use the spellcraft right now for you to maintain this, or to start it up. But if you take any physical damage with that, then that will be a concentration roll. Otherwise, I'll just do a will save for you to maintain the thing. So that's the thing right now for that special gift that you've got going. So the kettle's still whistling. It's now getting to that high-pitched whine of the kettle whistling.
I guess I'll go back in with my tablet still powered up.
Yeah.
I'll be turning on the lights when I'm in there, shut everything off, and put the kettle away completely. No problem.
So you get in there, and you flick the light switch for the kitchen, and the light does not come on.
Alright.
And the kettle is still whistling away.
Alright. What else did I... Checking to see what I actually had.
No problem. Now, detect magic, is that a cantrip?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. At least that one's one of those ones that you can use as much as you want in a day, as long as you've got that particular one memorized.
Yeah.
Which I'll let you know, that ability is a lot more useful than it seems, since most supernatural encounters will be radiating magic because it's not normal. Hence, getting the trail of a creature that might have ran past or anything could all be traceries of magic. Which, in a D&D game, it's obvious. Oh, magic items, does that have it? But in a world that supernatural or magical stuff doesn't normally happen, detect magic is a big deal in a sense. It's like what you're doing right now and seeing the motes and all that stuff and all that is how it kind of works in my game.
Yeah, but it's still a cantrip, so...
Yeah, it's still a cantrip,
sadly.
so it can't really tell you, it won't be able to tell you the full...
you cut out again.
Oh,
I won't be able to what?
Or
tell what?
Tell the full depth of the thing, but it might give you hints at what spheres of influence or that might be going on.
Yeah, 1 second. I'm going to... Alright, so I also have dancing lights.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, I'll put those on with me when I'm going in there.
No problem. Now, there is no real resistance for that per se, so yes, you're able to cause them up, and you can make 2 to 3 little lights floating around you. They can take on a form of a flickering candle, they can just be a glowing bulb, and also the color is your choice too. Little things to personalize. Describe your character basically casting this spell in the kitchen.
So, seeing as I'll put away my phone because that's really not helping me right now. I still have the tablet up, and then just with my fingers, I'm just going to snap and have the little orbs appear.
You got it. Any color?
Blue.
Blue? You got little blue. And are they little fiery orbs or just little spheres of light?
Yeah, just radiating balls of light.
You got it. And do they have a slight ripple, or is it a constant light?
Constant.
You got, when I say ripple, it's like a candle flicker or something like that. But yep. So you got these little balls of constant light just kind of flowing around you, creating this blue glow around, casting long shadows, but giving you a nice secure source of light that kind of now surrounds you. Do they radiate? Do they just hang in the same spot around you? Like, how many did you create? You can create 1, 2, I think 4 or 5 of these little lights you can create.
It says up to 4 lights, so...
4? Yeah, up to 4. I knew I couldn't remember the exact number yet. You can up to 4.
Yep, so I'll create all 4 of them and just have them, I guess, 1 in each cardinal direction around me.
You got it. Rotating or just staying in place?
Probably just staying in place for now.
You got it. That keeps more of a constant with the shadows. If you had them doing a slow rotation, it would start altering the shadow's paths, which may be useful if something's hidden in a shadow. If you're rotating the shadow's direction, you're affecting the creature in that shadow. That would be the only reason you'd have it slowly rotating. But yeah.
Well, but they turn with me.
Oh, so... yeah. You'll still have that effect going on. So you've got that glow. The light The light switch is clearly flicked up, but there is no light happening in the kitchen. The kettle is still whistling. You kind of did the light before you addressed the oven.
Yeah, so I'll still try and take the kettle off and then switch the light off and then leave.
All the switches are off. None of the oven elements are on. You pick the kettle up off the element. The element has no red glow or any sign of heat to it, and the kettle itself is still whistling in your hand as you lift it up, and that whistle is now getting even higher pitched, that you're starting to get a ringing in your ears as it's becoming a very shrill sounding scream from that whistling kettle.
Alright, I'll just put it in the sink and then I'm leaving the apartment, so...
Yeah, no problem. I'm leaving the... So you put it in the sink, alright? You put it in the sink, the kettle splashes down, yet there is no singe of hot metal on water, as there's a little bit of water in her sink still, as you put the kettle down, yet it's still whistling. And you leave the apartment?
Yep, I'll be shutting off her lights and locking the door for her, but yeah, I'm leaving.
No problem. Okay.
So
There's a pop kind of sound as you get out, like a gunshot almost. You want to do a quick will save? Now, you've had house environments, I do believe. Yeah, there's a term for it. There is
object/events.
Correct. Object/events. You get to add a +2 to that roll because that's kind of what's happening right now. Oh, you can now change that to a +4 if you haven't already. I mean, the 2's now gone to a 4 if you've changed it. As that's what you're experiencing right now. As you're calm, you're like, okay, so far there's no blood coming from the walls, so you're doing pretty good. Or it was gravity, I think it was yours, or something like.
Yeah,
but
gravity.
basically, the bulb just popped down the hall, which created the bang shot. So it's now the end of the hall is all darkness.
All right. So,
and there is something. There's something on the, like, where the darkness starts to fade to 50-50 contrast. You almost notice, like, as if something was trying to move between darkness and light, but for a brief moment you saw it kind of stretching out of the shadows, and then like little veins of shadow keeping it, like if a body was starting to push out, it was almost like it's pushing out of molasses, and then it just falls back into the darkness of the shadows. The little balls of light are still lighting up the hall, except for the darkness at the end of that hallway now. The stairwell is just ahead of you.
Yep, I'll be going down and just leaving.
All right, as you open the door, it is pitch black in this stairwell and icy cold. You're at the landing. You can go.
I still have my lights at least, so.
Your lights seem to radiate about 5 feet from you, and then it just disappears into unnatural darkness.
Okay.
Your orbs will project light, but they cannot counter unnatural darkness. So sadly, your limited light is telling you that the darkness in this stairwell is unnatural.
Yep, and I can't really use burning hands on it right now, so...
You could! Come on! We've had incendiary grenades go off in buildings. This is burning hands, no problem!
Nope, I'm not a pyro.
Basically,
I remember where the stairs are, so I'm just...
Yep, the stairs. Basically, this darkness extends both up and down, so you can either head up to the roof or down to the main entrance.
Main entrance.
You got it. So as you go down, I need you to do a listen check.
Oh, one I don't have much of a modifier on. Yay!
No problem. Something is a bit off. You can hear your breathing very clearly, but you can't hear your footsteps as you walk downstairs. You feel yourself descending into the darkness. The little balls of light are literally, if this was a camera effect, everyone would be able to see your body silhouetted by 4 balls of lights from 4 different angles, but they couldn't see the world around you right now. So these balls of light are illuminating you, and you can, if you put your hand if you bend your elbow and have your hand in front of you, you can see it, but if you stretch your elbow outwards, you can't even see your hand in that darkness. Can
I do an Arcana check?
Sorry, a what?
Arcana check?
Arcana check? You got it. Also, what are you looking for as an answer?
So, like, if I recognize it as a specific spell, or like...
Yes,
if
Arcana.
I know it's... Yeah.
What was it? You would know that is darkness. This is like something that's cast, basically magical darkness, or basically either the shadows have been extended to an unnatural, like basically the existing darkness has been accentuated to a blinding effect, or unnatural darkness has been sun. Hey, Retro! Just let you know, this is my supernatural section. It's not that much horror gore in this story. I know you don't like that too much. It is stronger in a supernatural, chilling mind horror type of thing that we're doing right now, Retro. I just had to give you the heads up as you pop into my channel. But yeah, good to see you, guy. And I'm actually doing pretty good. And our weather is freaking amazing, saying that there's supposed to be a major storm up north. I got bright sunshine and a cool... The breeze is a little colder than normal because we got the edge of the storm. I'm doing pretty good, though, Retro. So getting back to you, though, you are surrounded in the darkness. You've gotten to the bottom of the stairs, but you don't hear your footfalls. Like, you can look down, you can just make out your feet, but you can't really even see what you're standing on. As you get to the area where it should be a glass door looking out into the street, but you don't even see that.
And with that Arcana check, I would be able to tell if an actual specter could actually cast that, or if it has to be a human.
Oh, yes. No, a specter could influence the environment. If it came from a ghost, it may not have been a physical casting, but it could have been an increase. Like basically, it took the existing shadows and it increased them tenfold. Meaning, if you turned on a flashlight, you could banish this type of darkness. Or if you turned on a light source, you could probably shatter this spell. Whereas a physical mage, had cast a darkness spell, then even the lights wouldn't work, if that makes any sense. So it's more an extension of existing darkness than that. But as a poltergeist or any other type of spirit can influence subtle things, as electrical circuits not firing, lights may not work, even though the switch is being flicked and the light bulb could be perfectly fine. It's that connection between one and the other that the spirit can influence. So a simple light switch could not work in an environment like a tectonic, or not tectonic. That's a technical based spirit or apparition or poltergeist. Love to play with light switches and the like.
And yeah, if it can move around the pot, then it's kind of probably a poltergeist.
Yeah.
Type.
Well, the pot was going off. It was screaming steam. Yet the pot, when you dropped it in the sink, there was a bit of water there. There was no sizzle, so that means the pot wasn't even hot. Yet it was whistling.
Yeah. Well, I'm still trying to get out the door, so.
No problem. Door shut. You shake the door. What was it? It takes electrical energy to manifest. There's a suggestion that's coming in from Time Lord Lady. You shake the door and it's locked. The bolt system that you have to have unlatched to buzz somebody in, it should be able to be. Basically, you should just turn the knob on this side to open it on this side. But for some reason, the deadbolt latch is not turning. You are aware that there is glass in that window. You could try to smash the glass, but it's not going to do you very much good because the bolt, maybe going through the opening that way, but it'd be broken glass and a chance of cutting yourself and making a lot of noise. But sometimes that might be what you need right now.
I would take a look at the door a little closer.
You have to literally get so close that the camera's got that intense close-up view right now, as you basically are there, and about 6 inches ahead of you, like 6 inches ahead of you is like a little ball of blue light that's pushed to the side a little bit, and then 6 inches beyond that, you're now seeing the door. So like about a foot distance total between you and the door frame to actually look at it. That's how close you are. And you just notice that it's an old wooden door, and there seems to be signs of blackened wood veining in the actual wood itself. Like any type of sap or something that might be in it starts to be leaking or dripping from the door. The door seems to be weeping a little bit sap from the wood, which is making everything sticky and also causing stuff to all get stuck. And like the latch here is definitely stuck with something.
I'll try and like wrench it open, I guess.
No problem. Strength check. Target number is 18 for a base strength check to try and wrench this.
Wait, strength is the main one, isn't it?
Yeah, just do a strength roll. Target number is 18.
Nope.
Yep, you're struggling. At this point, the door is rattling. You can hear the rattling sound of the door, but there's something odd about it. Listen check.
Back and forth, back and forth.
You know that mini sheet? That's, it's a 7. All right, there's something odd about the sound of the door. You can't place why it's odd, but it doesn't sound wrong when you're shaking it. There's something missing from the sound, just like your footsteps were earlier. There's something wrong with the sound. At that point, you start to hear what sounds like footsteps. That soft, slow sound that somebody at the top of the stairs is slowly coming down, step by step. A willpower save. Environmental would be the one right now, +4.
So 13.
13 passes. You're able to keep calm, but you're probably breathing funny. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a scary event happening, but you're keeping your head sane. It still doesn't diminish the effects that are happening to you, but you're able to keep a clear head. Because it's not an actual horror factor that's being projected at this point. It's just new environmental effects going on right now. But you're able to keep a clear head as these footsteps slowly start coming down the stairs towards you.
I'm gonna try and write more crap on the door. It worked last time.
Alrighty, no problem.
So purify and things like that.
Yep, you're just gonna try and concentrate like you did. You had an idea. You put down a actual Japanese-based script, which had form, even though you didn't know what you were writing. You knew the type of threat you were dealing with, and then somehow you were able to write the right type of tile for the type of threat. You don't have a good enough, you go to do it, but am I writing Japanese? Am I writing Latin? Am I going to be writing Hebrew? Am I writing... You suddenly have this question of what do I wish to write as the footsteps get closer and closer.
Well, I know them specifically in German, or not German, in Japanese already, because they have them at the shrines and stuff. So
yep, correct. Yeah,
I would do it in Japanese.
No problem. What are you going to write with? Are you going to carve?
Whatever in my bag.
Oh, you got. We already said that you've got a pencil and a pen in there, so you could have whichever one you want. Do you want to write with a pencil or do you want to write with a pen?
I'll write with a Sharpie.
A Sharpie. Ah, that covers the questions I was going to ask. Oh, ballpoint pen. For some reason, guess what? The ballpoint's not working. But Sharpie marker. All right. So you're basically graffiti. All right. And where do you write this? On the glass? Do you write this on the wood frame of the door or the wood frame of the doorway?
So, I guess the wood frame of the door.
Wood frame of the door?
Yep.
You got it. So you start to write on there with the marker. The footsteps are still getting closer to you, and it's to the point that the footsteps are getting down that you can actually hear the slight creaking of the step with each footstep coming down. Now, do a intelligence check here. Oh my gosh! Really? Environmental bonus of +4. Oh, by the way, your environmental bonus is now +6, but I'm only doing a +2 for this intelligence check because it's not really anything to do with fear. It's just something about scent, your intelligence. Okay, the footsteps creaking is slightly odd. You can't place what's odd about it. And you should have a +6 for environmental saves now, by the way. One step away from not needing a roll. And now the only time you would need a roll is if it's actually projecting a real horror factor, which can actually have detrimental effects for combat and the fear and all this running away and all that kind of stuff, right? This is just stunned for 1 round. And right now, since we're not in combat, these stuns don't mean anything if you do fail. It's only in combat would it be bad.
So, while I'm writing it, I guess I'll start bitching about that Justin Baker and get the fuck away and all that.
Okay, no problem. So you mentioned Baker, do you? You got it. All right. The footsteps stop when you mention Baker. You're writing with a marker. All you're getting right now is kind of high off the smell, as every so often the marker gets stuck on sap that is weeping from the door. Like you're going to write, and then the tip of the marker gets stuck on some of the sap, and you actually feel parts of the tip of the marker rip a little bit, as it can still, because you got basically the tip of the marker is actually this kind of felt that's soaking in all the ink, right? The tip of the marker is now being ruined by the sap that is grabbing at the fibers and ripping at it, as you literally rip it free every time. So it's interrupting your ability to write the runes on the door.
Alright. I'll start writing on the glass then.
Write on the glass, you got it. You have no resistance and you're able to write. And again, as I mentioned it, for some reason, the shapes that you're doing, you went for the Japanese, what's the time for the
Kanji?
Kanji. You were writing Japanese kanji, but now you're doing harsher, more rune-like shapes on the glass for some reason. Like you already have just done a kind of a P shape, which is actually the symbol for strength, as you start realizing you're, for some reason, writing in runic.
Okay. I didn't know I knew runes, but
no,
okay.
You don't. It's not on your character sheet. I'm just saying. It's like you, and that one rune of strength that you've got on the glass seems to be actually calming you a little bit more and allowing you another intelligence roll, as you're being given some strength right now. Oh, but sometime. Oh wait, did your intelligence? I saw. Okay, yeah. So boom. All right. You do that, and suddenly the creaking on the feet. You just realized that this was concrete steps, or not concrete, but brick-worked steps in the cheap fire escape hallway. You're hearing the creaking of wood. The sounds have been affected. The kettle was whistling even though it was off the heat. And then you remember staring at the traceries that you saw on the wall. Traceries of illusion magic. And we all know that unless you have reason to doubt the illusion, you don't get a saving throw. But now you're really starting to doubt whether this is real.
Like, this is actually an illusion.
A will save is now made, just a regular willpower save. Like there's not your there is actually a will save on your character sheet. I think first page of my copy.
Yeah, that's what I've always been grabbing.
Yep. Oh, actually, yeah, wisdom is what I should say normally for the wisdom, but yeah, will. So a will check is now able to be made. 11. All right. Some time has to go by. You're now 50-50. You believe this could be an illusion, but your first try to will this, okay, this is not real, is not working. You have some rounds. The footsteps have stopped. You can roleplay the fact that you are believing this is an illusion, but you aren't able to shatter this. If you get one more fail, then you'll start to believe that maybe it's not an illusion. So make me a second roll now. Because there's no combat. There's so many rounds before you can make a new roll, but since we're not in combat, 19. At this point, you're in the bathroom. You've started writing on the bathroom mirror this rune of strength that is still there. You're in the bathroom of the apartment. You've not even walked out of the apartment. You notice the faucet has been tampered with and wrenched almost, and water is leaking, as you can now hear the water, as apparently that faucet was the latch for the door to get out of here. The lights are on, by the way. You can see, as you look in the bathroom, the lights weren't turned on for the bathroom because you weren't aware of it, but you can see the lights for the kitchen that you turned on still. Now, down the hall. Oh, no, you said you turned that off. Oh, yes. Oops. Basically, you've dispelled the illusion, and all you've been doing is fighting in the bathroom to get out. And you were unable to get free from the bathroom mirror, so you've now shattered the illusion.
I'm probably gonna be a little pissed off.
and like I said, I do believe it's pure or whatever. Is like you've got the one rune of strength that is on the glass here that seems to have now calmed you. It isn't an area effect, protection, or anything. It was just what you needed at the time, and this is the second time you've been able to do that.
Yeah. So is there also like markings on the wall or something from where I was trying to do it on the door?
Yes, you do see, but there is nothing there is nothing you're aware of that interrupted it besides your own hand. So it looks like you were drawing something, and then you start squiggling with a marker for no real reason. But your brain, your marker was stuck, but in true fact, it wasn't. So it was just squiggly away.
Alright, so I guess I'll rub that away.
Oh, it's permanent marker. It's already started to dry. All you're going to do is smudge it if you try to rub it. You know that.
Yeah.
A repainting of the bathroom is the least of her concerns if you're able to get rid of this thing, okay?
Yeah. So I guess I'll probably just leave the thing on the mirror because I don't care at this point.
Yep. You do know as you leave the mirror, though, that feeling of strength does start to fade. Don't tell me we're going to have a shard of mirror glass, a tile, all in your purse.
Nah.
You have smoothed the edges of the mirror, glass, but
Well, I'm willing to bet it's like built into the wall, so
yeah.
So nah. I'll try to leave again. Because I'm not quite sure what.
Yep. Okay.
I think most of this stuff is above my level at this point.
No problem. As you get up and you start heading to the door, the lights are still off, but it isn't as you've got the glow from the city lights, which you realized was missing before, and it's not just moonlight coming in. You've got actually a bit of an annoying orangey glow of street lights and that fill this apartment, which didn't fill it before. At some point, you realize this darkness. You're getting to the door and you're trying to figure out when did this all start. Remember when you first started noticing the weird doilies looking like spider, the oddness of the apartment at night? You think that's how far back the illusion had started, and he'd just been building it up over time to get stronger and stronger. Again, another hint at this thing doesn't seem to be rushed to do anything. So you get to the door. Door is locked.
I locked myself in, or?
Yep. Basically, the main padlock is locked on it. All the other chains and all that stuff have not been done. And you do remember locking the door when you first came in. And it was just the first deadbolt. So this all makes sense. It's just, it is locked. But I remember why it's locked.
Alright, so I'll probably leave her journal and stuff there, but I'm going to leave and then probably tomorrow research a little bit before coming back so I know what I need to do for
Out in the hall, you do have that flickering bulb. It did not explode, but you do have that flickering bulb effect and a slight unnervingness about the shadows that are cast every time that bulb flickers.
Yeah.
And that shadow connects right from that door right across to her room. It just creates a nice little shadowy conduit between one area and the other.
Yeah.
Your base knowledge would tell you that, yes, that doorway might be its link. And if it's a dimensional door, it's, hey, this is its door into this realm. And somehow, thing is, because it's happening now, something recently must have activated it. And up until now, it's been dormant.
Yeah, so...
Yep. Head back. Basically, as soon as you get into that hall, you get into the fire escape. You've got the regular lights and everything like that that's going on. You see the tough concrete floor. You feel the concrete steps that have that cheap ass apartment rugging kind of put on them. Actually, no, they wouldn't for a fire escape. But basically, the thing that saved you was the creaking of footsteps down a stairway that wasn't wooden. Is what kind of the reminder is. You get down to the main door and unlatch and able to leave without any incident. You have a choice of heading back to your own place or checking out... you could visit the research lab of Shadow Streets, as Betty should be in for another 15-20 minutes. It's almost 9 o'clock at night. She's usually sometimes there late till about 9 last time you remember.
Yeah, I guess I'll head that way.
You got it, yep. Betty is there. She was really busy doing something. Really, I am. You hear the Candy Crush sound in the background. I was busy working.
Yeah.
Ooh, sour ones. I like the sour ones.
I guess besides researching, I'll ask her what kind of contacts she has for, like, arcane stuff.
Oh, man! What don't I have? Available on short notice, another story, but I got the little Rolodex. A lot of these individuals are kind of scattered around the world, though. I've got a person from India with a specialty in some of the Hindu beasts of ancient times. She's got them. The boss. We got to find him. I miss him so much. He had him categorized by beliefs and that he's got in here. So in town, nobody right now. But out of town, from different spots of the world, she's got contacts. There is a person that owns a pawn shop who is kind of a geek become supernatural individual that is quite knowledgeable in a whole bunch of stuff, but at the same time, he's quite open to conspiracy theories, and 50% of what he tells us is useful, and the other 50% is tabloid material. You know, that's the only thing in town we got.
For me, I'm looking for people.
We also
that
do
know.
have a priest in the Irish part of town, an Irish priest.
I'm looking for somebody who knows a bit about dimensional doors and the types of things that can try to take over people, but also cast illusions.
Okay, yep. I got that. She's gonna. Yep, I can actually put that in good old Ed here, the computer. You see, an Ed search is a lot better than a Google search, because Ed, this computer that was put together by a friend of mine, named after the Edsel, a car that he believed would not have failed. This Edsel computer is kind of special, and I can put it into kind of my Google search. If you get my hint, get it? Yeah, Google search. No, just all right. Tap. Dimensional doorways. Is this a dimensional doorway as in the name only, or is it an actual doorway? Because there's a lot of rituals that do circles, and the circles become a dimensional doorway as well.
This is a blocked up doorway, but somebody has put a magical one over it, and I believe that whatever is affecting that lady is coming from the door.
All right, no problem. Bad news is, sister, whoever put that down, at that point she takes a drag from her cigarette. Whoever put that down, it doesn't determine what can come through that doorway. That is literally a doorway to another plane. Whatever creature, monster, fiend, or thing, it's not determined by the doorway. It's just the means to an end. They usually have to be activated, though. And since, well, she's only suffering the problems, she's lived in that place for a long time, you would have to activate the gates to open it. It could be anything from, it has to be some sort of offering. It could be a burnt offering, it could be flowers, it could be blood, it could be meat, it could be, there's several things, but some sort of offering of energy or belief has to be used to open it up.
Lately she's been getting into auras and crystals and whatnot, trying to open herself up to the Watchers, or I guess angels of knowledge.
Interesting. I think it was Michael that was the angel of invention and knowledge. That was just saying. But yes. All right. That might be allowing this thing access to her, but not necessarily would have been able to open up a door. It's above a butcher shop. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
There's plenty of blood and meat to go around at a butcher shop, I'm just saying. But effectively, if some sort of weird-ass ritual was to be done, it would have to be done at the spot. But if there's no sign of it at the spot, magic sometimes does not take elevation into effect, meaning if they did some sort of ritual in the butcher's basement and it was directly underneath the door, it may have worked. Or if anything took place above the door, it could work too.
When I was on the roof, I did find some hair from, I think is an animal?
No, is this just a hair?
I'll like bring it out of my bag.
No problem. Wait, are you still talking to me? And like you're just in the hall of this building as we speak, aren't you? You are, aren't you?
I thought it was a...
No, I think I picture you having the conversation as you're heading there, and I was like, and if your character isn't, she's still making that part of the conversation. Never mind. It's just the pizza delivery guy. Right.
I thought I was at Shadow Streets already.
Oh, okay. No, it's on the phone, but yeah. Shadow Streets, when you finally get there, she stays a bit late to check that out. She has it checked. Again, this computer that she calls Edsel, it does have like the old tube TV kind of monitor to it, and then the lower part seems to be some sort of all-in-one type of box, and the keyboard and mouse seem to be ancient, like big blocky mouse and keyboard, and that's her little computer that she uses. But she takes a look at it, and you could do some research on that, the fibers. There's some books she can help guide you to, but just do a research roll for that.
1 sec.
Yep. $16. Goat. It's coarse goat hair.
Isn't goat kind of the go-to for occultists?
Actually, occultists.
Or is that sheep?
Sheep? Sheep are the pagans that know what's going on. Goats are the people that read the magazines. Goats, very strong in... Oh, you said your friend was kind of spirits and stuff. Goats are usually more common in Catholic or Christendom.
I thought sheep were.
All Betty knows is you said that she was into spiritualism, so she assumed that Margaret is not a Catholic, but you know to the contrary because you did some research on her.
Yeah, she was raised Catholic.
And now she's trying to get rid of that Catholic heritage and to explore new things. Oh, creatures of Catholic, that's just calling out. They're unprotected from the Catholic faith if they do that. Your thing is definitely can be affected by items most likely of Catholic or Christendom. Might be able to affect that creature, maybe, we're guessing. There is a slim chance that it also could be somewhat similar to some other pagan stuff, but I'm not too sure about, we're guessing. We could narrow the field down. Possessing entity, plays with illusions, plays with the mind. We have had a few creatures that have come under the radar that have escaped into the bowels of the city by some of our researchers. There is the term of a nightmare lord that you may have heard of. Basically, it's a possessing entity that feeds off the dreams of individuals, and whether they're pleasurable, hell-like, or cause the death of their people, they don't care. But the only problem is she would have had nightmares from day one, and this thing is too subtle for that. It seems to be, from what she's gotten, you basically review with all that. It's taking its time for that. So this could be something that's not on our radar, which could be a concern. And if you found this trace, whoever summoned this thing or opened the gate for it would know. And
it seemed to have a bit of a reaction to the name Justin Baker, or Baker at the very least.
Let me Google it. Just, see if
Yeah, because that whole building's a little strange. The butcher shop is in the bottom, but for the apartments up top, it shows 2 mailboxes, but there's only 1 apartment up there. And she did say that she sometimes has mail come for the other apartment that's no longer there.
Well, what's the landlord say? Landlord is now prime suspect 101.
He's the one that runs the butcher shop below.
I'd say we'd look into this butcher. I hate to say this, wait, butcher and his is baker? Hey, you know what? All we're missing is the candlestick maker. Why are you looking at me like that? Seriously. She could just sense your eyes look, what? So yeah.
I heard, that's the second time I've heard that one tonight. So, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Thought it would be original. Felt so good when we had that one escape situation at the zoo where a whole bunch of lions and tigers got released. You know what I was saying, right?
Where's the bears, oh my?
Exactly. Not that predictable, am I? She grabs another cigarette. Okay. So Baker does you can do a research. You got a +2 bonus because the materials around you. The Google thing that she uses basically is a thing of the dead, and she can let you know that currently she's unable to contact Baker. That means he's either not dead or not a real person or a spirit that just is busy right now and can't get back to me. I've sent him a Google mail too.
Okay.
Trust me, this thing works 50% of the
Well,
time.
from what I understand, the owner of the butcher shop would take the mail for the man when it went to
What
the
do you know
wrong
of the
address.
owner? This owner cries out as prime suspect, in my opinion. But,
Did I ever get the guy's name?
Nope.
Well, he's big and burly.
So I'm looking for a Greek butcher that's big and burly. Okay.
I'm going to look up the address and see if I can find the guy's name.
That you can find out. His name is he's got a good Greek last name. It's got Kapolis at the end of it. It's like Kapola at the end. Kapolis is the last name, but the first name sticks out. Garcia. Now, do you remember why Garcia might stick out? It's bothering because you remember the name, don't you? You can't. Your character's intelligent, so you can actually do an intelligence roll to try and recall when the DM mentioned Garcia. I usually like if the players
what's
do
the roll for that?
Intelligence, because your character's probably better at remembering that than Ooh.
Nope.
It does bother you. I did mention Garcia earlier for some reason. Your character did come across the name Garcia for some reason when you were looking through her stuff. But why is up to you to remember.
Oh yeah,
now.
Garcia's the guy that sells books.
Or was able to get her better books in the bookstore.
Yeah. And Tony was her boyfriend on and off.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so he might be giving her books.
That opened her up.
Yeah.
Shed away her Catholic background and just opened herself up to the world. Is the books he's given her.
And Greeks are usually more Orthodox, but they're still
Correct.
Christian.
Yep, they are still Christian, but it's more the Orthodox faith more. And their calendars are also different.
Yeah.
They use the Orthodox calendar for events.
So, yeah, I guess he would be the one to start looking at, but at the same time, I don't really know what he's trying to accomplish.
You see Betty with all the cigarette smoke. You think her sense of smell would be killed at this point in time, but she just kind of, did I smell lilies? Are there lilies at the apartment?
Yeah, she had a bunch of flowers everywhere. One of them was lilies.
You know, lilies help the doorway between life and death, hence the funeral home and stuff, right? It's kind of Egyptian, but just saying that might be another thing too, that if she's got Lily, like, I hate to say this, she's got possess me written all over her. She's got lilies to help the dead towards her position. She's got books to open herself up. Somebody or something is setting her up to be possessed, plain and simple. And this is like, this ain't short-term work. This is planning. This is premeditated. If there was a spirits council, this person would be up for premeditated possessioning, but possessing. I think it's our Garcia guy. Then he owns a place. He knows Barry. This is you're bouncing ideas off of. She believes it's most like this Garcia guy because he's given her books to open up. Get rid of her Catholic background, possessing spirits, goats, blood. He could easily get goats he needed.
Yeah. So, next time though, because he's burly, I want at least a hunter with me.
Ah, yeah, that is the case. Yes. Hey, you know what? Zen, I don't know if you're still there or not in chat. We could actually pull Zen's hunter out as an assistant. Let me take a peek at him. Because he seems to be in the area, because we've already got hunters being called. White Rabbit's calling the hunters. We could do, for the last little bit of this thing, shadow hunters. Zen.
He's basically gonna stand there and make sure I don't get hurt, but...
yeah, well, we do have somebody in the area. So. His skill set is, he's considered a geek. His skill set has self-defense and first aid. That hunter is available. He's got self-defense and he's got first aid and he's got a bit of a geek, so his investigative skills is quite strong. And he does have a pretty good defense in the, he's not a gun bunny like Vit Rabbit, but the self-defense classes and the first aid might be helpful.
Alright.
That's the only skill set we've got available right now.
So, I guess we'll set up a time for him to meet me tomorrow morning.
Yep.
And that gives me enough time to sleep off and, prepare new spells and all that.
You got it.
Because I just don't think I really want to go over there at night because it seems to be more powerful at night.
Yep, well, the only problem
I guess is also when he is closing up shop as well. So
correct. Yep. So yes, I'm just looking at the time. I'm trying not to do it to be continued because we got like half an hour left, just over half an hour. I'm just but I think we can have this. Yep. So Zen's a hunter, which actually I've got Zen as his name, so we'll probably use Zen as the name for this hunter. Basically, he's got a trench coat. He does have weapons available if need be. And effectively, yes, he's not that charismatic nor that stealthy, but he's quite an intellectual actually, and he does have a pretty good skill. We're using the Addix system, which is the old dice system we were using before I made it a proper role-playing game. So his attack and investigation are his two strengths. So yep, he's basically how you want him to be deployed. He also has first aid, which means if you get a critical or something that could potentially kill you, his first aid will basically give you another save to save from a critical that could kill you, type of thing.
Okay.
But the next question is, you meet up with him. He's kind of just on for a tag along. How do you want to approach this? Do you want to, I'll be his voice for you now. Do you want to approach the place during the day? Do you want to try and sneak into his butcher shop or something to get information on him? Where does he live versus his butcher shop? Because he rents the apartment above his butcher shop, he doesn't live there apparently.
So I kind of redid my spell since it's going to be the 8 hours.
Yep.
So I took off some of my cantrips, so now I have Haywire message.
Now, to let you know, a
Cold portal
Haywire
magic
spell can go off to counterspell a ghost using Haywire to cause light switches to flick on. So you could actually cast your cantrip to counter a similar cantrip.
Yeah.
Just let you know. So if that light thing's going on or whatever, and you have right to suspect it, you can cast that spell to kind of flip the effect, and then it will literally, cancel it out.
Yeah. And the description for message doesn't say too much, but how long can I use that?
Usually you use it, I think it's like a couple of paragraphs or something like that, something you can speak within a combat round, which is about 6 seconds or so it can't be too complex usually. Unless you take 20, which then you can take, up to 20 minutes to say. You can give them an epic book or something like that, but you took 20 minutes to cast a spell, right? So.
Yeah.
War and Peace coming your way. Oh god, nah, that can't be done in 20 minutes.
It's too bad that cantrips don't work like in 5th edition, because I would love to like drive him mad. Where's the voices coming from? Where's the voices coming from?
Actually, Zen's character, with a bit of information, could have already, because he's got the investigate that's relatively speaking like as good as yours. Because that's his kind of strength. He can already get the address in the house where the guy lives, which is down Redwood Street, a little bit further. So he's basically just down the block from the place he rents out and his workplace. So he probably walks to and from work. He's single. His wife passed away. His wife passed away about a couple of years ago. And he has 2 sons, which I think are the guys that work for him at the butcher shop.
Alright. So, pop over to his house and knock on the door.
Yep, no problem. And you kind of get to the house. You get to the door, you knock on the door. And by the way, Zen's kind of standing at the side with the long coat on. Did you ask him to bring a weapon or not?
I asked him to bring along something to help defend himself, just in case.
Okay, that's good. So he's got a Glock 20 hidden in his coat in a concealable holster.
What is it? The freaking
It's a guy. It's a guy. It's the whole. Oh God! I got to make sure I got something, to protect myself. Sorry.
And here I got like a freaking stun gun and a baton. So.
Yeah. He's got a flashlight and a multi-tool. And he has a tactical vest that he's got in his car because those things are big and padded, so he's got that in case.
Yeah, I don't think we'll need that. But...
Okay, alright. Well, you said be ready, Alrighty, so knock on the door. Garcia kind of pauses, opens the door. He kind of looks... during the day when he's at the shop, or what? Hold on.
Well, I guess we'll try and catch him before he opens shop.
So yeah, a little early, kind of door. He kind of opens a bit and goes, and he kind of goes, "Can I help you?" Well, I don't do a Greek. That was not Greek at all. That was just. But he doesn't have that much of an local accent than a Greek accent. As he asks if he can help you.
We'd like to ask you a few questions about the apartment above your butcher shop.
Oh, it's not really available for rent right now, if that's what you're inquiring about.
No, we're kind of wondering about the other things that are going on there.
Other things? Sense motive roll, please.
Motive? Sense motive?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't get shit.
No problem. Alright. And hey, let's do one for our other guy that's off camera. Alright. He doesn't get good enough to disconcert. Now, taking the fact, sense motive is if the guy's got nothing to hide, even on a past one, you'll get nope, nothing, right? So he's trying to, basically that's your chance to, you made that comment, and did he try to look guilty of that? And he goes, well, what other things happening at the shop? At that point, he just, you want to come in for a bit? He just kind of says, he's got to head to the shop in about 20 minutes anyways. It's not that far away, but if, you know, you could continue the conversation here if you like. He's basically opened the door to let you guys come in, and he's now heading back into the kitchen area. And he's kind of continuing the conversation as he's getting back into the kitchen. You can do a spot.
All right. Spot.
Spot's a 9, no problem.
I'm just kind of catching up to my rolls from when I was
all those other ones.
using the drone.
Rolled a 1. Wow, you can really tell by his house that he's really of Spanish descent. And he's probably got the most Greekish-looking house. That's what you got from. He rolled a 1, so he's not going to be any help whatsoever. But just for this moment, you rolled a 9, so you're pretty close. Dead eyes! But he's in the kitchen, continuing the conversation. Shut the door if you're going to step in for a second. So what other things were you talking about? At this point, you hear like the rustling of like lunch paper, like lunch bag. It looks like some sort of rustling of papers going on in the kitchen.
All right. So, well, are you the Garcia that's been giving Miss Clemens the books?
At that point, you see the paper kind of stop its rustling in there. What books? I got a few books. I do lend them out to friends. Yeah.
All right.
Do you stand in the hallway, or do you move towards the kitchen? What do you do?
I'll be in the hallways, I guess, somewhat close to the kitchen, but more closer to the door to get out.
Yep, you got it. As you're still in the same hallway, as you're talking to him, I'll allow you another spot as you kind of look around, because you're probably nervous and kind of glancing around. There's some pictures up on the wall and, kind of some of the other homes. All right. You're standing by a picture that is probably him and his late wife, and the late wife is kind of striking.
That's probably what?
You're standing by a photograph of him and his late wife that's in the hall that passed away a few years ago, and you notice one thing: she's got striking hazel eyes that just stand out of that picture, especially for her olive skin and her dark black hair. The hazel eyes.
Similar to Margaret's.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, would you like to do an intelligence roll, or do you have enough puzzle pieces to maybe key together what might be going on?
He's trying to get his dead wife back. He's trying to have his dead wife possess the new lady.
Dun, dun, dun. That sounds like it. That sounds plain and easy. Yep. So, next is to try and confront the individual about it, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Zen, with a rolling a 1, he's like leaning on the counter with the picture right to the left of his face. If you actually turn to look, you know what I mean? He's like, so what you looking at? What you look? What you looking at?
Yeah. What was the last thing I said to him?
Were you the one that gave her the books? Listen. Make a listen roll.
Back and forth, back and forth.
In a game without that much combat, skills become the new weapon of choice.
Yeah, and there's such a long list of them.
Alright. Let's see if Zen. 16. Okay, Zen kind of just pauses for a second, and you know she seems to be a little unnerving. A little unnerved.
Okay, so...
Oh, did you hear that? He says, giving you a second listen check, as he's now encouraging you to listen more attentively now. You only get one extra retry, and only if given a reason to do so, so he's your Jaime. Oh! Alright. You hear what sounds like the slight sharpening of a knife on a sharpening rod, as he's sharpening a knife in that kitchen.
Yeah.
And that just got him on edge. Why is he sharpening a knife? He's got like 20 minutes before he's got to go to work, and now he's sharpening a knife.
Well, I am fairly proficient in the kind of things that have been going on there, so I would really hope that you aren't trying to summon your dead wife to possess her.
At that point, the sharpening of the knife just stops in the kitchen. He just pauses for a second. Is this some sick joke? At this point, you can hear anger standing in his voice. If my son put you up to this with his stupid little stories, I am sick and tired. Just get out. Just get out of my house. He's walking there. He doesn't have a knife in his hand. He was actually checking his knives before he put them away for the day. He's just telling you to get out of his house. If you're going to come up with the same bullshit stories that his son's telling, he doesn't want to be any part of it, and you can tell him that I don't find this funny at all.
Which son is bringing up these types of stories?
Just get out. Just get out. At this point, Zen's kind of doing you the tap on the shoulder as you got a big, burly, angry, kind of emotional-looking Greek butcher now in the room. It is clear that he's holding back a bit of anger, as well as his eyes are watering up out of tears of, his wife.
I'm going to cast Haywire and start yelling. And make all the lights flicker.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to intimidate him.
Alrighty.
Listen here.
Do you have...
I know the source of things.
Okay.
And I also have Magic Missile,
Yep.
as one of my prepared spells, so I could have it at the ready as well.
I cast Magic Missile. Sorry.
After darkness.
After darkness. Okay, so effectively you're going for...
Where's the Mountain Dew?
Where's the Mountain Dew? Oh, I wish I was there, because I got a dagger. It's plus against the troll slay. I just love that skit. That's just... Oh. Alright. And...
Yeah, that was the...
You cast Haywire. I will give you a +4 circumstantial bonus to an Intimidate roll because of the cinematics that you're adding to it. And what exactly are you yelling? Oh, so you got 16. So yes, you got Intimidate up.
So...
What are you yelling, though?
I know damn well about ghost possession and all sorts of arcane arts. You will damn well listen to me and talk.
Zen's character a willpower save. Sorry. 19. Okay, he's calm. He's like, holy shit. He's kind of got that. What the? He's keeping a calm face to support your stance right now, but the back of his head's probably going, what the hell? So you basically tell him, and at this point you got the lights start flickering on and off. You just hear the clicking of things in the area going off. His phone starts ringing that he's got going on, and you're just saying in this boosting type of voice, and his face just kind of go pause, and he just drops to his knees, and he puts his hands together, and he goes, what's going on? He's intimidated, but he's clearly clueless when it comes to magic. He's freaked out by this quite so much, as he's just shocked, and at this point he just kind of just pauses, and he says, is it true? What? Can you bring my wife back? He's now got this look of hope in his eyes.
Ghosts can possess people, but they can't be brought back.
He wouldn't want
possession. By that
He just wants his.
It wouldn't.
At this point, he reaches out to the picture and just kind of rubs his thumb over her picture, and tears start coming down the man's face. I would love to have her back, but.
Which one of your sons was bringing up stories of bringing her back?
Greg, he's. It's part of his. I don't know. He misses her as much as I do. It's being sparked because he probably notices the same. Is this got to do with Margaret Clemens at this point? Because he knows there were some problems he had because, yes, there were certain characteristics of his wife, and that was probably one of the reasons he gave her the lease. And he knows it's wrong that he did that, but he did because it reminded her. And then his son, Greg, him and his son have not been doing so. He's at the butcher shop, but he doesn't speak to me that much. He's got a bunch of, I don't know, goth, emo friends of his, and they always talk about, say, Satanism and dark magic and all that kind of stuff. I thought it would be a phase that he's going through. At that point, you get a flashback to Betty going, goats. Well, that's usually what some kids that watch Hollywood would think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
well, they've been getting into a little bit of trouble. So. Have they been doing things inside your shop?
As far as he knows, no, nothing that, I don't know.
Or on the roof?
On the roof, he's kind of confused.
Well, I did find some remains of goat up there.
At the point, Zen's kind of grabbing your shoulder as you see this man's face is now becoming perplexed. Because, yes, he's actually seen 80s horror movies, too. Goat remains? Oh, my God, did he do some sort of satanic ritual on my apartment? He's got access to the codes to get through the fire alarm on the doors. He just kind of now is confused. Zen's probably giving you the tap that you're probably filling this poor man with more information that he's aware of, as it's clearly he's not your guy.
Where can we find your son?
Oh, he should be showing up to work soon too. He's usually he doesn't live here anymore. He just moved out with some of his friends. Oh. No, I didn't mean for any of this. He's a good boy. He was a good boy. He just met up with the wrong people, maybe. And now he's now blathering. This big, huge, stocky guy is down on his knees in tears. And
don't worry. Don't worry. I can set him straight.
Oh, okay, please. He's still my son. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call in sick today. I just can't go to work like this. Big, huge, burly guy, just blathering in tears right now. It's like, whew. All right, Zen can officially say he's seen you take a giant shithouse and whittle it down to a crying little baby. Wow, don't mess with you. I got that clear.
Yeah.
But yeah,
especially if I could try to intimidate people with magic, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, come on. I think the circumstances are what helped. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, creating that environment.
Like.
Yep. But
haywire. Yeah.
So yeah. So that's the point. The kid should be showing up. What do we? Okay. So it sounds like the kid's trying to bring back Mommy, and big thing is, I don't think just because he's got a bunch of goth emo friends, he suddenly knows how to cast magic. Somebody else has probably gotten to the kid and is probably feeding off of that kid's desires.
I'm guessing one of his new friends is named Garcia as well, maybe?
No, maybe, but the dad's name is Garcia. He might have actually been getting the books, but,
Oh.
Do you
or
want to
Troy,
check?
maybe.
Actually, do you want to check to see what books that he's been lending her, just to make sure? I don't know if you want to go back in there and talk to him.
I'm not sure if he would be able to tell me at the moment, but I guess on the way out, if I see a bookcase, I'll see what kind of books are there.
No problem. Actually, you can do that. That's a good call on your part. So do a quick spot, because you don't have enough time to search. You're just doing a spot of the books on the way out type of thing.
Nope.
Oh, all right. We'll give our other guy, because you mentioned books, he will look for you. Nope. Nope. You're unable to tell his type of music, and music is
All right.
Yep.
So I guess we'll head to the shop and try to catch the sun.
Yep. No problem. Basically, as you get to the shop, there's there's a teenager in there. He's already setting up shop. He's kind of looking a bit young, though. Zen will tell you that that's his youngest son, so Greg's probably not here yet. So Zen seems the door's locked, but he's already in there getting stuff prepped for opening of the doors and all that stuff. The shop doesn't open until 11, so.
Okay. I guess we'll sit and wait for Greg.
Yep. And it doesn't take too long between you see a guy that, yes, he's got some eyeliner on. He's got black hair that Neil Gaiman would be proud of, all spiky and kind of short. He's got a long, lean build to him. You do recognize him. His hair's under an apron. His hair's under a do-rag, like a white do-rag. And he doesn't have the eye makeup on, but he was one of the guys in the butcher shop. You also see that he is smoking.
One of the guys that what?
Remember you saw the two kids working in the butcher shop?
Yeah, okay.
He was the taller one, but his hair was covered up and no eye makeup on. And you also notice that he's got a cigarette that he's kind of quickly getting rid of as he gets close to the building, like he's putting it out so his dad doesn't know he's smoking. Then you remember the cigarette butts on the roof too.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a bunch of clues I threw out there for later on, but yes. As he's now heading up to there, he looks at you guys. Hey, we're going to be opening up soon. You can just wait outside if you want. Just going to head to the door to get let in.
You can stay here and talk to us for a minute.
At that point, you see the youngest son is just pausing. He's picking up the phone. Yeah, hi, Dad. Yeah. Pauses, looks out the door. Yeah, he's just outside now. At this point, he's just looking at you. What? What you mean? And he's now, that kind of conversation starting to go on in there. Something's going on the phone. And meanwhile, Greg's looking at you guys going, what? Something, what? You need a cut of beef? I'll just look after you when I'm working.
Who taught you how to do what you did on the roof?
At that point, his stance, you don't need to make a roll because he doesn't have the skill to hide it. He kind of steps back a little bit. He's got, what are you talking about? He's now got that defensive fight or flight, more flight look in his eyes. What are you talking about? Is his eyes do drift from you to the alley down at the side of this building?
I'll like have my hand up and kind of glowing like I'm about to cast magic missiles. Like, you don't want to run.
All right, describe how they start to build up in your hand, because that too, the color of your magic missiles and how they look are all the power of the mage. So this is you building your character. So
with it just loading, it kind of looks like I have like glowing veins that kind of glow at the light just kind of gathers at the fingertips and they just kind of glow bright.
I gotcha. That's kind of cool. Because when you play D&D or something like that, magic is so commonplace that you don't spend the time describing it. When I used to do the old Supernatural, when I used to do White Wolf's World of Darkness, I'd have people describe like smells, sounds, and everything, because the spell is what makes it unique in a world that it doesn't exist, right? So I kind of encourage that. So be creative. And also, certain colors and all that stuff could be a trademark as well. A certain wizard that does green fireballs. Oh, I know somebody that always uses green fireballs. You know, that type of thing?
My dancing lights are, I guess, blue right now, but
you could always
magic missile for me is like bright white because it's almost like a lightning bolt.
Yeah, you got it. And at that point, you just see his eyes kind of open up. He's not too surprised to see he doesn't have a shock like, oh my god, magic. He has, oh my god, that could hurt me. So he already knows that spark of light, what it could potentially be. He's got more of a fear of what it can be. In other words, he's not unfamiliar with seeing magic being used. Initiative, because he just bolted. He's just trying to bolt by you guys. 13. He's got for 6, and you got a 2. Zen's hunter goes before he does, and then you go after them. So Zen's quickly got the arm out and literally almost clotheslines the guy, and then changes the clothesline into a hug, and he's now got the guy's head in a grapple as he just kind of holds him there as he tries to run. At this point, you see the kid just coming. No, let him go! The younger kid's running now. He's left the phone on the counter. Let him go! I've called the cops. Just let him go!
I still have my hand kind of glowing.
Yep.
And I'll just go down to his face. Like, I know what's happening, and you will start giving me names, because what you're trying to bring into this world is very dangerous, and it will hurt you more than it will bring anything back. It's not going to bring back your mother.
At this point, what are you doing? Stop it! Do you stand so your magic is only seen by Greg and his body hides it from his younger son? Or do you let the younger son see the magic on your fingers? Did you hear my last statement, or are you just thinking? Hello? Did I just lose you? No. Why can I not hear you? If you can hear me, I can't hear you. No! Connection is lost. No! I've got a lost connection here. At the most crucial moment, I lose connection. Uh-oh. I hope you realize your connection's just been lost. If you can hear me still, I can't hear you. I'm going to type it somewhere. Oh, not where you can't see it. Oh, I have a reconnect happening on my games table. She might have to leave, and she's left the chat. Hopefully she pops back in. All right, that's such a crucial point. It's like, what? We lost connection.
My internet likes to do that once in a while. I'm not sure why, but once I hit diagnostics, it figures itself out.
Oh my gosh, I sometimes had a problem, but I've got Wi-Fi, which it's just
this is over Wi-Fi right now, so I think that's it.
Yep, I sometimes get it, even though I've got like a 5, like one of the big huge. It's a small bubble, but more powerful. I remember how it is, or I have a lesser one that's the regular, but the regular bubble around my house, type of thing.
Yeah.
I have words. So yes, what was the last thing you heard from me?
You were asking me if only Greg could steal him and his brother.
Yeah, and then you went quiet, and I'm like, what? First,
I was trying to say that for now, just Greg.
Yep, you got it. Because at the same time, what you're doing isn't normal, right? So you're still trying to protect people without them knowing about it. Okay. Stop it! Leave him alone! I called the police!
I guess maybe we'll bring him inside as well.
Or you could bring him into the alley that he was trying to run down if you wanted to. Then it'd be out of the sight of the younger brother. Though probably still traumatizing the poor kid. These people have grabbed
It's
his big
better
brother.
probably to bring him into the shop.
And then have the young kid exposed to this information?
I guess maybe we'll bring him over to the alleyway, but
see, that's
I'm not gonna drag him down it.
Oh yeah, well Zen's got him in an arm lock, so Zen's the one pulling him into the alley. The kid's like, no, because you hear him fumbling with a lock at the door now. At this point, Zen pauses. Do you think you got this guy? I'll look after the kid at the door. No, I'm just going to calm him and stuff.
Well, considering he just tried to run.
How about at this point, he just pauses. You see him kind of play around. Here, show the badge that we've got for private investigation, and just let the kid know you're with the cops. You might be lying, but at a quick, that's what he would do. I'm just saying.
All right, so I'll just hold up the badge to show the kid trying to get out the door that. We're not thugs, I guess.
Oh, what's he done now? Is all the young kid's response is, what's he done now? He hasn't been hanging out with that lady Mary Jane again, has he?
No. We'll just hold up a finger and I guess bring him to the side. So.
Yeah, at that point, if you gesture towards the door, he's just feeling so bad now, and he just locks the door. But at this point, you also said he called the cops, but you see him go back to the phone that's still off the receiver. Yes, Daddy, the cops are here. I don't have to call them now. So it's like, yeah. So he's being held by Zen when you get back there. This is now under control. A situation that was kind of the potential of him running. So who taught the magic? He just look. I met the guy online. Zen rolls his eyes. You met the guy online. Really? Was he a Nigerian prince? No. He could relate to me, man. I was just on this chat group and we were talking about the paranormal and all that stuff, and he said he could help me. So I was listening to him. He goes by the name of
usually those types of people aren't there to help you but use you.
He showed me things though, like you, and I had the potential of doing that. He showed me. He was going to show me how I could cast.
Magic is actually fairly rare.
At that point, he's just kind of going, "Look, man, who
just
are you?"
Tell me who. Just give me the information.
He said his name was Samuel.
Okay. Did he have a last name?
I never asked. He's just a kind of a creepy guy. That's all. It's just he told me that I could bring my mom's spirit back. and he told me what to. The kid's cracking right now because you guys are the mage police apparently to him. All right, whatever that might exist. He just said, it was pretty simple. He knew my dad also gave her some books and stuff like that, so I always ran them up to her apartment. He told me what books he gave me some books to give to her because apparently the lusty romance novels weren't what she needed. That's what his dad was giving him, the romance novels. You're gonna see Steele and all these other names on his bookshelf if you actually saw the bookshelf. But so, and basically the kid was running the books up, so the books were substituted and to open up and all that, and Samuel basically said he knew this woman would be perfect, and he wanted her to be the one that carried my mother's spirit. So I did what he said, and I figured that'd be cool. I'd have Mom back. I'd be able to prove to my dad that magic is real. He'd always
It wasn't your mother that you were bringing back. It was something else.
No, man.
Was this guy ever in the building? Because I don't think you're strong enough to do what you did with the door.
I don't. He knows the building. I mean, I got him up to the roof for that ceremony that I helped with.
Okay. What does he look like?
At that point, he, he kind of like, that guy from that one movie, where like he always talks the same, and he kind of was hunting a fugitive the one time, and then he was like a marshal, that kind of weathered old look type of thing.
He was a fugitive, and then what?
The fugitive was I think the first movie, and then he was in another one with Wesley Snipes. And
you cut out there, so it...
Oh, okay, yeah, and then he was in a second movie, and I think it was I can't remember what it was called, but he was hunting Wesley Snipes in that one. But he had that southern accent, and he had the wrinkles on his face. He kind of looked a little bit like that guy, Tommy Lee Jones. Yeah, that's the guy. He kind of looked like that, but he didn't have the accent. He kind of just had a rough, rugged face, and he had more of a British accent or something. It was European. I think it was British.
Did he ever say he was a part of a group?
I know, but I think he was, because he had these robes I had to wear, and I figured they were bigger than me, and I don't think he had robes custom made for me, so I think he might be part of a group that all wear the same robes.
Alright.
They were earth tone in color. They were muddy, dirty kind of robes. I thought they'd be like black velvet or something with red inlays, but it was just kind of a dirty, kind of brown, kind of mucky looking robe. It looked like it didn't even be washed, and it smelt of patchouli or something like that, and it had gold stuff on the cuffs and the hood. I thought it'd be red satanic symbols and stuff like that, but they were just kind of I don't know, these Viking markings or something like that on them. You seen the Vikings TV show? That show fucking rocks, man. It's so good. Ivar, I did not expect. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. What you're expecting is more Hollywood. Whatever he told you to do, no longer do it. He wasn't bringing back your mother.
He just said there's going to be a few more days and it'll be completed.
No. We're not going to let that happen, because it's not your mother that's being brought into this world.
What do I do now? Am I going to mage prison?
Well, you'll be going into our files, don't worry about that. Did he give you anything? Any books? Any...
Oh, yeah, he gave me a book on practical magic.
Where is it?
Where, what? Oh, he pauses, goes to his little backpack, cigarette pack. Don't tell my dad I smoke. And then he kind of pulls out this book, and it's basically the cheesy ass practical magic of you look in the mirror and say you can do it, you can do it. It's like a personal coaching manual, which has nothing to do with the arcane arts, but you know, it makes, ironically, it makes the person more susceptible to other people that follow this yes you can do it type of mentality. And then the books to help break down defenses against psychic attack. This guy is somewhat booky in what he's doing, because this kid's reading this book, and that will make him believe this guy even more, because it's stupid self-help stuff. That
is there a trash can nearby?
Yes, there is.
I'll shove it in there.
What? No, well, oh, he could track me with that, couldn't he? It's got probably like a magic marking on it, and he can use his ravens to track me down.
You following that kind of thing makes your mind weaker.
Like McDonald's? What? Zen just looks at him. I don't know. Just I thought McDonald's made, with the stuff they put in their food, made you like zombies to the corporate empire.
Yeah, no. So, any and all information you have left on this guy, you better give me now.
He gives you the chat room, you know, ghostsarereal.com or something like that, you know. It's just, and you get the chat room, his chat name. By the way, I am not as biblical as the individual is, but his chat name seems to have a biblical phrase and, you know, book, you know, thing to it. And it's the last book in the Bible. So he's got like an Exodus kind of quote.
You mean Revelations?
Yeah, Revelations, sorry. See how good of a Bible person I am? Sorry, no, whoops. Every Bible person is doing a face palm right now. Sorry. But yes, he's got like one of them Revelation quotes. Which is basically describing one of the 4 horsemen and their arrival.
Okay, so I guess then we're going to tell him to stay clear of the rooms up, the apartment up there.
Okay.
And I guess let him go, because I need to track down this guy and let the other lady know what to do.
No problem. So currently, the episode's coming to an end as you've got a lead, but it's kind of a cold lead right now, as you've got a person's name in chat, and that's about it. The kid's got a description. That guy looks like basically the person has a weather-beaten face, which is like, you know, he gave Tommy Lee Jones as example. It's if you had anyone that did a lot of outdoors work, you know how they get that leathery face? I think that's what the kid was trying to describe. Like basically the person's been out in the wilderness a lot, kind of a leathered face, with age and exposure to the sun.
Leatherface, yes.
Leatherface, yes. Let's put that reference in there. And the family. Do. All right, let's meet the... Okay. So you have a possible lead, and that lead also, you will find out that the cultist that was captured, that they thought was part of the Thule Society, did have Norse runes, and also the cloak that he wore was a muddied brown color, like very earth-oriented. And that matches the dude that's filling this kid's head with information. In theory, if you suggest the girl take a hotel room away from this spot, which the ritual cannot complete if the person's not there. That's a temporary fix, but if she stays there for the next few nights, she might not wake up herself one day. Yeah, and if the spell completes and she's not there, will it stay open or does it go away? Her conditioning, if she's still reading those books and all that stuff, her conditioning continues. And technically, no, I mean like the door and whatnot. Oh, you don't know. Like that, you're not too sure what's going on. That doorway could be permanently open, meaning if a new resident came in, it could start feeding off that resident. But yeah. And for Betty, if Betty were to rate you got about a 4 out of 5 on this mission. It could have been a 5 out of 5, but Betty is a little concerned at how much magic was openly used in public. Though it was just a little bit between one person and a couple of people. It wasn't that bad. Oh, did you lose connection again? Hello? Yes, it would seem so. Well, it's good though, guys. This is the end of the stream. Zen, I don't know if you're there now, but your character was used as the hunter pulled up.
Okay.
You are?
All right. I got disconnected again for a little bit.
No problem. I'm just closing up the stream now anyways. I was just joking how Betty would give you a 4 out of 5 because the use of magic around the people. It was useful, but at the same time, there was no connection to the Shadow Streets, thankfully. Even the kid that you showed the investigation badge probably didn't pick up reading all the words around the badge. So, but, you know, well done. And, yeah, I like the twist with Garcia. Yeah. Just, you know, of course, it's just like a House episode. You just know that the first diagnostics, oh no, you're disconnecting again. No! Alrighty, guys. Thank you very much for watching, those that are there still. This series is going to be saved on YouTube, and I will be coming back next week to continue on with that story. Take care, everybody.